Now, how are you doing? Guys, just ensure that you talk into this mic. This is the mic, which should be right in front of you. Two of you will be having it together. Perforation. There will be a small perforation. Just feel it while you're talking. Just check it. Working. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Start, sir? Yeah. Good morning to each and every one of you present here. On behalf of all the students and faculty from the Department of Public Policy, School of Social Sciences, Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences, I, Ranjini Nadik, welcome each and every one of you to Vimarsha 2023. Before we commence, I request each one of you to put your phones in silent. Also, please note that we shall be recording this session and it shall be aired live on our YouTube channel. It is my privilege to be welcoming student representatives from B.R. Ambedkar School of Economics, University, Christ Deemed to be University, Mount Carmel, National Law School of India University, RD University, and St. Joseph's University. It would be great if each one of you could introduce yourself in less than a minute. Let's start with Anuj. You can just... Yes.
I am Anuj. I'm from National Law School of India University, Bangalore. I'm pursuing Master in Public Policy there.
Hi, I'm Sidra. I'm a second year student of Masters in Public Policy from National Law School. I have been doing internships with organizations like BOTA and DASRA. My research interest lies in education sector, especially primary education and higher education.
Hello, my name is Akshara and I'm currently pursuing first years and Masters in Public Policy from Christ Deemed to be University.
I am Israel Davis Reza. I'm from Christ University, pursuing my first year in MAPP, Public Policy. My focus is on education policy and also on foreign policy.
My name is Pranav. I'm pursuing BBA Honours in RV University and I'm currently in my second year.
Hello guys, my name is Sudhir. I am from Mount Carmel College, pursuing my first year in public policy.
So, hello, I'm Utkarsh Pandey. I'm from Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences. I'm currently pursuing BSc Biotechnology. I have a deep interest in economics.
I am Manaswini. I'm from St. Joseph's University and I'm currently doing undergraduate course in public policy and international relations.
Good morning all. My name is Alka and I'm from St. Joseph's University and I'm pursuing my second year and I'm doing a double major in international relations, peace studies and public policy.
Hello everybody. I'm from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar School of Economics. My name is Akshay. I'm pursuing a BSc in economics and I'm in my second year.
Good morning everybody. I am Shresha and I come from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar School of Economics. So I'm currently pursuing my undergraduate in BSc Honours in Economics.
Hi everyone, my name is Soma and I'm also from National Law School of India University, Bangalore, and I'm a second year public policy student and I have a bachelor in engineering from NIT Durgapur. And I have a lean interest, like I have worked 4 years in education and I have a lean interest towards education, so that's why I want to participate. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Saloni and I come from National Law School, Bangalore. I'm in my final year of public policy. Previously, I was engaged with Taylor and Francis in the education domain. The Higher Education World of Learning was the title that I was working on. It's a global directory of higher education institutions in the world. I'm currently working on my dissertation, which is trying to see the impact of higher education rankings, NIRF, on institutional strategies and processes. I have a deep-rooted interest in NEP, which is why I'm here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shani and I'm currently pursuing my undergraduate degree from St. Joseph's University in International Relations and Public Policy.
Good morning everyone, my name is Alan Matthew. I'm currently in my third year pursuing undergraduate in Journalism, International Relations and Public Policy.
Thank you all. We also have with us Professor Sai Baba sir, who is the director at Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences. Also, we have with us Major General J.D. Prasad sir, who is the director at Ramaiah Public Policy Center. And also with us is Dr. Aruna L, who is a faculty at School of Law. And also with us is Dr. Chetan Singh, who is the head of Department of Public Policy.
What about our friends there?
Yeah, so we are also accompanied by a few of our friends from economics. So we would like to hear your introduction too.
My name is Rawat. I'm from BSc Economics at Ramaiah School of Social Sciences. And I'm just here to observe in this kind of game.
Hi everyone, I'm Shweta Banerjee and I'm pursuing my undergraduate in BSc Economics. So
Never.
I am Samira.
my name is Arvind and I'm also pursuing my master's in public policy from Ramaiah University. I'm currently a second year student master's in public policy at School of Social Sciences.
Good morning. My name is Karthik Kiran and I'm second year student of Masters in Public Policy. My area of interest is science technology.
I have done my LLB in Delhi Mahova College and I'm currently pursuing my master's in public policy.
Oh, we'll have problem.
Hello everyone, I'm Vimarsha. I'm second year of public policy, School of Social Sciences. Yeah, hello everyone, I'm monitoring everything integration. My current, I'm studying NEP public policy, second years, and interested are beyond the same time. We would also hear from our friends who just joined us here.
I am from BSc Economics from topic.
I'm Saran here from Economics Department.
Good morning, I'm Rama from Economics Department, School of Social Services. I'm Aikya from Economics Department, Finance. Actually, and I'm in first year of BSc Economics.
Well, I'm Vanshini. I've been coordinating with all of you for this event. I'm also in my second years of Masters in Public Policy, School of Social Sciences, Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences. Well, we'll just begin the program. Today, that is January 12th, is celebrated as the National Youth Day, commemorating the death and the birth anniversary of Swami Vivekananda. The objective of celebrating. Okay. And also happy Youth Day. That's all we cheer for today. The objective of celebrating the National Youth Day is to disseminate the ideas and philosophy of Swami Vivekananda about how he lived and the way he worked. As we believe that the future heroes of a country will be its youth, India also firmly believes in its youth population, and definitely in each and every one of you here. On education, Swami Vivekananda believed that we can be building a strong nation only by educating and raising the masses. Building India for a better tomorrow needs to be having a very strong foundation in education, and it starts with the youth. Today, it is all about celebrating the youth of this country. The theme of today, that is National Youth Day 2023, is Vikas Yuva and Vikas Bharat. It reiterates the importance of a progressive youth population for a progressive India. To build that, a distinct and a futuristic education policy becomes extremely vital. The 34-year-old National Policy on Education was replaced by the National Education Policy 2020, which was approved by the Union Cabinet on the 29th of July 2020. The policy aims to address systemic and systematic reforms in education sector and envisions a holistic development of individuals who are future citizens of this country. Vimarsha is a series of roundtables that shall be organized on various policy issues and different policy documents. Vimarsha 2023 shall be the first student-led roundtable on NEP 2020. It shall be soliciting the students' perspectives and feedback on NEP 2020. As policy analysts, the participants shall analyze their respective themes for insights towards the effective implementation of NEP 2020 while analyzing its barriers and drivers for implementation. I take this occasion to also inform you all that Professor Gopal Krishna Joshi, the Executive Director of Karnataka State Higher Education Council, Government of Karnataka, will be joining us online by the noon. Upon soliciting all of your perspectives and your critical analysis, a report shall be submitted to the Karnataka State Higher Education Council, Department of Higher Education. I would now like to invite our Head of Department, Public Policy, Dr. Chetan Singhai, to deliver the context setting to this.
Yeah, so very good morning. Thank you, Ranjini. I think before we get into context setting, I would request Professor Sai Baba, Mr. Prasad, and Dr. Aruna to kind of give us an overview, because when we go deep dive into the subject, we can take up the key themes. So, because Sai Baba comes with a illustrious career in Kalpakam and a part of NIAS earlier, and now with Ramaiah University. And he has been now heading the Center for Professional Development and Training of the university. So from your point of view, sir, if you want to share a few insights.
So good morning to all of you. I think it's a unique thing where we're asking the users, the students, what do you expect from the administrators? In fact, I'm very happy that Dr. Chetan and the students have taken initiative in asking people. See, this very often it happens in the societies that we do something. Let's say we do some development in advancement in science and technology or whatever, for the benefit of finding solutions to the problems faced by the society. But the problem comes is that you do the development and then go to the society and say, I have developed this for your benefit. And then the conflicts will come in terms of accepting, like genetically modified foods or artificial intelligence, driverless cars, whatnot. I think all these are being done with a lot of seriousness, a lot of challenges to find solutions. But then you find a roadblock in terms of implementing it. Why is it happening? Because you're not contacting the people for whose sake these developments are being made. And you go to the correction process. So that mistake will not happen coming out of this forum. What is important is, if you just look into the NEP, yesterday we had a day-long session, a lot of discussion with the faculty about NEP. Now the question is that what for this NEP? In fact, somebody asked a very simple question. We are all doing all these things. Why are you talking about it now? I think the new education policy focuses on students and ensuring that their learning is beneficial to them. When I say beneficial, one, to become knowledgeable. The second thing is to apply this knowledge in the society, right? That's what ultimately, or in a much simpler terms, find a place where you can work and make living so that your intellectual pursuit can be continued. And there are several issues which the new education policy addresses. I've seen the questions which are asked to address those things. The challenge is, do we have the choice to pursue what you like? I'm happy to see somebody did law and public policy, somebody did engineering and doing public policy. That means they are really trying to pursue what they want. In fact, before coming here, myself and Major and Prasad were having a discussion. His son made a choice. He was forced to go to engineering, but he left, and now he's doing philosophy. I'm very happy that as a father he permitted. Why I'm asking all this context is, we are in a society, education is sponsored by parents. That means parents' wishes are important. So education is for what? For learning. So what type of corrections that have to be brought in order to make learning enjoyable? I think that's something which we all have to do. I'm sure as a student, you would be happy to pursue what you want. But of course, there should be direction, freedom, and also commitment and discipline. And these are something which are important. I think the way, when we looked at education policy, the new education policy 2020 tries to address many aspects of it. One thing important is from the childhood education to the PhD. I mean, whole gamut of education, you cannot correct only one part of it. So that's one good part of it. A lot of discussion about what is multidisciplinary nature of education, what we're talking about. We tend to specialize so much that we become not fit elsewhere. And there's a less emphasis on cultural activities, like on co-curricular, whatever you call, sports, other things are there. You do it in spite of education, curriculum is what we do it. I think so. I think it's very important for all of us. I think, in fact, you are the stakeholders for this education policy to be successful. So inputs from you are very important. Well, I can keep on asking. The only thing which I'm telling to you is that freedom to pursue what you want, freedom to pursue what you enjoy is important. I join engineering, but maybe I want to understand public policy, or I want to understand psychology, or I want to understand economics. Because all these things are connected. Whatever you pursue. So I think this is why I think the question is that what type of additional inputs that we need to give as a feedback to the implementers. It also gives a lot of freedom to the universities to find ways for themselves. So your inputs will be very useful, and I'm happy that you're all here. I congratulate Chaitra and colleagues for taking this initiative and getting into the ground level of using it. I'm sure that you enjoy this session, participate wholeheartedly, benefit out of the discussions. Many times, the questions we ask are the answers you know. I think please ask questions for which you don't know the answers, or where you expect from others. I think others' point of view. And I'm sure that I think you discuss every aspect of it, but maybe this can be a forum which can continue to discuss about the evolution of implementation of NEP. Now NEP is in the implementation stage, the challenges, especially from the student perspective. What is that you want which was not there before, and what is that not there if it is not listed in the in education policy? Please bring it out. I think that will be where I think we can do some discussions and debates about why it is not there, or if it has to be there, how it has to be there. I think I'm sure that you do all these things since you're chosen to be in public policy and other things. And these are the debating discussions are important. I think expressing views, learning how to express, how to focus, I'm sure do all those things. This will be a learning, I'm sure. And with best wishes for all of you for a useful and deliberations. And when you move out of this day, at the end of the day, you go enriched in knowledge about NEP. Okay, best wishes to all of you, and good luck.
Thank you, sir. And Prasad, would like to share any thoughts?
Good morning, friends. I think it's a very auspicious day to be amongst all of you. Youth Day, International Youth Day. And you may be wondering what is a Soldier Major General doing amongst educational policy. And I tell you what, I must admit to you, an Army, Navy, Air Force officer, from the day he joins, he keeps on studying, and studying, other than soldiering. Every promotion you have to, earn. You have to pass your promotion examinations and all. So you're into it. Like I was lucky, so I did my master's in management studies from College of Defense Management in Secunderabad. I was a faculty out there, sharing knowledge in resource management, and I worked with Pune University on peace and conflict management under the aegis of UN. I used to look after the UN peace operations broadly when I was at the Army headquarters. So it was a nice experience. Three things I'll not take away too much of your time. First and foremost, I think Vivekananda himself who said, when you're following a path and if you're not finding any problems, you can almost be certain that you are up the wrong path. So today is an opportunity for all of you to bring out the alternate narratives you believe in, and so that then they are propagated and people that are concerned also consider those alternate narratives. Why this policy is to be followed, not followed. And most importantly, what happens, the policy may be very good, but then implementation, what are the political interventions that are required? What are the structural interventions that is required? The success of the policy will depend on these structures. So I think you must focus on that particular thing also. Personally, like Professor Sai Baba already said, my trust with my son. But I was the chairman of Army Institute of Hotel Management in Bangalore. I was also the chairman of Army Institute of Fashion Design out here. And like a parent is putting a child, and the child also maybe is wanting to do that particular course out there. But midway during the course, he doesn't get enchanted, she doesn't get enchanted with that anymore. And if you exit today, I mean, whatever you have done for the past 2 years, it's just gone down the drain. Your money, your effort, and everything. I think this policy gives a unique opportunity of, giving value to whatever you did more than that. And from that point of view, that flexibility is definitely there. So all the best to you. I'm very sure you'll debate on most of these things and produce a good, I would say, suggestion paper. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Varuna, law is a difficult entity as in case of the regulator not being aligned. But irrespective of that, how do you see that we can incorporate NEP to the legal education sector? What are your
Good morning,
thoughts?
everyone. Honestly, I was supposed to be sitting in that corner watching, but then Sir suddenly put me in the limelight, and like he pointed out,
Still in the corner.
Law, ideally we say that doesn't come under the purview of NEP, but then in spirit we already have adopted it in our process. Like say for instance when we do BA LLB, which is a traditional course, to what we are offering now, BSc LLB, BCom LLB, and BBA LLB. We also have courses on BTech LLB in some colleges. So the interdisciplinary approach is already started. The very fact that law touches each and every aspect. There's not one aspect now where law does not touch. Be it air and space, be it water, be it whatever. There's not one aspect where law has not touched. So I think though we say that regulatorily we don't fall into the purview, we are already practicing it. And I was just going through the questions like Sai Baba sir already said, beautifully drafted questions, and I would really want to listen to how each one of you are going to articulate your thoughts and put it forward. As at a personal level, I feel that education should be very enjoyable. And I also, as a teacher, make sure that people enjoy my classes and they just don't learn, but they're able to apply it. That is, as I think, is a very core of every student. And today being National Youth Day, Swami Vivekananda is known for his concentration. I believe that he could just read a book, put it back, and then if anybody asks, he could just relate to that particular page, that particular para, he would be able to tell it out. And that is something I think a lot of the newer generation is missing. But that concentration will come only when you enjoy, when you like what you are doing. So I'm very happy that all of you are here out of passion. I'm sure this passion will take you way forward. So all the very best to you in your future, and all the very best for today's deliberations as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we have
Yes.
Sir to set the
Yeah,
context?
sure. So I think we have had a very insightful overview in terms of how the policy will affect us and how you have a role to play in implementing the policy. But specifically those 8 themes that we have identified, there was a logic in identifying those 8 themes because if you see, essentially the policy has close to 47 themes that way. But these 8 themes subsume most of them. But we should also contextualize those 8 themes into the larger vision of the policy. And here, like I always say this, there are 2 documents which are out there in public regarding the national education policy, the draft and the other abridged version, I would call, which is 66 page, the national education policy. So I would anchor myself for the draft because I had a good fortune to be part of the drafting process. So I will anchor there. And then maybe eventually we'll take the points coming out from the abridged version. And I also take this opportunity being an academic. I don't mind saying that the abridged version is the bureaucrat's handwriting, whereas the draft version is the academic handwriting. So you can see the difference maybe when you read it. But it is important that policy must get the due recognition of the bureaucracy because they are the one also going to execute it. But anyways, having said that, the vision of the policy is to sort of envision an India-centered education system that contributes directly to transforming our nation sustainably into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all. So this vision has 3 E's embedded into it, ranging from equity to expansion to excellence, which is unlikely the previous policies. The issue was they were focusing on one of the E's, right? The first policy, and it was not that they were having any sort of blind spot to not to focus on other E's, but the context demanded. Because after independence, our intent was to focus on expansion, right? Because we were just coming out of the colonial rule and we are now moving into the expansion mode because we only had 3 presidency universities then, Madras, Kolkata, and Bombay. And then we went in expansion mode. Then led to the other shift which happened around 86. 68 policy, around that time it was more on expansion. After 1968 policy to 1986, the emphasis was on equity, coinciding with the Mandal Commission and the reforms around that. Then around 90s, with the coming in of LPG, liberalization, privatization, globalization, and incidentally also the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, the emphasis was on quality/excellence. So these 3 E's have been part of our last 7 decades of evolution of education system. But when the policy was to be drafted, the first question was, what should we prioritize as a committee when they sat? And all was happening in my previous institution at the National Law School where I used to teach. Opposite that was an NAC office where all the action was happening. That's also another footnote that most of you should be thoughtful about, that Bangalore was not always the policy hub. It was all the Delhi or Lutyens Delhi. So for a change, the NEP shifted that Lutyens Delhi experience to Bangalore. And that was happening at South Bangalore there. So there the discussion was evolving around what should be the focus. Should we focus on all the 3 E's or should we prioritize on the first 2 and then the other one, that is the third E, excellence, will fall in place. This was the thing. And the classic debate, which is the first theme, that is, will equity be a barrier for excellence? Which has been a perennial debate since independence, and also all the scholarship around education has been on that. That is equity a barrier for excellence? And that's why I emphasize today's occasion of Vimarsha, debate, dialogue, and discourse. The debate is still there and it continues. And that is one issue. And NEP brings it in the context of making recommendations, but arguing for accessibility and equity. And if we achieve these 2, inclusion will eventually happen. And that is why when you read a policy, you should read it as a recommendation linked to the other recommendation, which each recommendation is sort of a mutually inclusive entity. So for example, we have this multiple entry and exit as a recommendation. It has a very strong component of equity and inclusion because who is getting excluded? And for why we need entry and exit? If a person is getting excluded because of financial reasons, because of accessibility reasons, is there an opportunity for them to go out and come back? Which is not there till date. Right? Once you exit, you have to start from day 1 rather than continuing where you have stopped. And there is no certification of any sort for anybody for the time they spent with all the difficulty, whether it's a financial difficulty, whether it is social barriers that they could not get to the education and they had to come out. So that is an example of looking at equity and inclusion, because this is something which you don't get in media. Because in media, what we get is a perspective of a particular opinion that is generated. But here is an occasion to see it in a holistic way. For example, so equity and inclusion are very much part of it. So once you have achieved equity and inclusion, parallelly or simultaneously, we should also provide multidisciplinary ecosystem, because it is also linked to another sub-layer of inclusion equity. As Sir said, engineering to philosophy, right? So we don't have that option in engineering sciences to have philosophy. And during my initial batch of, as you said, Sobha, that come from engineering, so the first 2 batches which I engaged in LS, where most of them were engineers, almost very unhappy and with a lot of vengeance, they came to public policy saying that I want to undo the engineering system. So, but because they really wanted that space, right? And have that sort of discourse going on. So multidisciplinarity will enable that. So has anybody come across the quote by Steve Jobs in the policy?
Sorry?
Where Steve Jobs has been cited, saying that what made Macintosh is whatever it is today. So I'll quote it for you. It is on page 36 of the draft NEP. Whenever you get perspectives on that to be read further, please refer to that. Quoting Steve Jobs, he says, I think part of what made the Macintosh great was that the people working on it were musicians, poets, artists, zoologists, historians who also happen to be the best computer scientists in the world, unquote. Right? It was not by plan that they were the best engineers or scientists, but it was by passion. And that ecosystem is there in industry. But why can't we replicate similar ecosystem in higher education institutions which feed the industries eventually or which contribute to higher studies? So that is one component. To accommodate the first two, that is equity and inclusion and multidisciplinarity. The key thing, apart from you students being very much interested in it and equally contributing to it, teacher education is very, very critical, which Professor Sai Baba is now anchoring at our university. How to make teacher as heart of learning process. Because the shift from teaching to learning itself has taken us so many decades. Because we are so much used to this teacher centric. I should tell you in 30 seconds the experience of European Union. The European Union wanted to fund a lot of money and grant to India to have lifelong learning program because they are used to that because of their aging population. So they wanted to reskill and provide them in service training so that they can have, because of life expectancy, the aging population is very high, and also lack of families that they have coming together, nuclear families and individuals by themselves. So, but in India, they rejected the grant because they didn't want the word learning, and they called it as lifelong education. And this was close to 230 million euros because of our emotion to the word education. Because the argument there, it was in Hyderabad, this conclave which happened where this discussion was happening. I was part of European Union then when I came as a representative from there. They said education, moment you take out education, bring learning, teacher will lose control. And the hierarchy will be lost. And this will not work in India. So that was very clearly. And they rejected, so it went to Indonesia. The one eye to other eye. Right? So but it went there. So teacher education, that perception is very important. And the training. That's why there is a recommendation in EP. I'm just sharing examples, there are many. Continuous professional development. Right? It should be continuous. It cannot be once in a year, once in lifetime. It should be continuous. So what you as students can play a role in having a very healthy relationship and developing a sort of a network between the teacher and you to see how you can all work together is another way forward we're looking into. So once we have teacher education being trained, then there's a parallel development that is happening as an EP and research. This is vocational education and skill development. And this skill development is not the traditional skill development of plumbing or fixing, things that we say which are hard skills, but it is more also about the soft skills and life skills. And that is also largely anchored around a healthy relationship between teacher and student. How do we actually do it is something which is where we would like to hear from you. Aligned to all this is time for the teacher and for you, right? And that is where there's a reference of the seventh theme called credit system, where can we rationalize the credit structure to some extent, which we talked yesterday, sir, in terms of how it can reduce your classroom time, but still confer you the degree which is recognized. It will also give time for teacher to develop their professional life, plus also enable you to offer some skill sets mutually, and at the same time have that ecosystem multidisciplinarity. So that credit structure is sort of the center of all this reform that is very critically done. So right now we have the draft national credit framework, where from grade 8 onwards, there is a discussion on what should be the credit structure like. And to just to know and tell you that one credit is equal to 15 hours of classroom engagement and 30 hours of practicals is equal to one credit. So I would urge you today, this is an opportunity on the National Youth Day, to ask yourself how many credits you are getting or the time you are spending. Simple math, right? So if you reduce, if less 60 hours is equal to 900 hours, 60 hours credit hours is equal to 900 hours. So would you like to spend more time in classroom or would you like to be spending more time outside the classroom? And this is something that you may want to use. And that's where I would urge, if wherever possible, use this occasion to see whether you can be proactively be a participant in the academic process, like the Board of Studies, academic. This is all by rule. UGC says we should have an alumni in the Board of Studies. But there is no harm in having the students who are currently pursuing to see and have this dialogue with the teachers. At least you should be knowing and they should also acknowledge it, and then you can have that thing going. But credit system is very, very critical. And I think that's the center of it. So once you have credit system, you can innovate. And languages has also been brought in as another innovation because it was time tested during the Nalanda Taksashila University system, and we somehow over time, being Macaulay's children, we have forgotten that over time. So there was a need to bring back languages as an important component of the. So definitely, I was one of those Macaulay's children, but I hope in going forward it would not be the case. So, but language has been brought in as a component, not merely to enhance or emphasize you all to think on patriotic sort of mindset. It is not just that, the way it is projected. It is about, for example, in the draft NEP, there is a reference. Why is that majority of the Nobel laureates are have studied in their native language in order to enhance their innovation, inventions, and discovery that they do? Has it really, does it play a role in any sense to create that sort of an ecosystem? As an example, in one of the document that is mentioned, then the last two themes, which is very critical, is the optimal learning environment. And this has been very carefully thought through in the document for four reasons. One was to see how to innovate education, especially pedagogy, to create responsive learning environment and curriculum and pedagogy. Second was student support for learning and development. Then open distance learning. So unfortunately, we have a social stigma today that ODL is those who are not good at academics. That's a social stigma. If somebody is being from IGNO, right from our own peers, neighborhood that we are part of, we tend to say, okay, this person is not maybe good enough to get into the portals of higher education institution. That's why they are doing ODL. And even in terms of recruitment, there is a perception that, especially academic recruitment, so the moment you say a person with distance education, you are suspicious that there is something fishy about this degree or something like that. So that has to overcome because only then we can achieve GR of 50%. Because we are at a very sad stage. Our GR is 28% as on date. Compared to South Korea, it is 96%. It was 86 last year. In 1 year, they have achieved close to 94.6 or 97%, 96% today. And because they have a policy of Brain 21, where they are focusing on 21 years of a journey of a particular child at each district. So the policy goes up to district level rather than at a national level, for example. And then aligned to all of this, if you do all these seven, can India be a destination for international students? That is very, very important again. So we are talking about very passive internationalization. We are talking about one-to-one collaboration. We are talking about institution-to-institute collaboration. But we are not talking about a nation opening up itself to international students because right now we have 1.9 million students who are studying in India coming from overseas. And that is also from a particular region. It's West Asia or Asia Pacific. Right. But our students, the exodus of the students going from India is usually to UK and US. Right. So the assumption here is that if these seven things are in place, we are there to say this India can be destination for higher education. That's the NEP's vision. And NEP says the concept there, which is thought through, is internationalization at home. Right? Because India is Google for research for many universities and researchers across the world. You tell them any problem, they are coming to India for field work. But we are not harnessing it. In fact, yesterday I was telling in the faculty discussion that there is no or limited India-based research on Indian issues by Indians in India. Right? So we are missing out an empirical component which is there to us. Every day we see them, we observe them. Like we didn't see just ask this question in a provocative way to yourself. Did Abhijit Banerjee get this insight when he went to MIT or he got insight when he was here? Right? So what is the difference there? So those seven things which we mentioned as themes should also lead to our projection. India has a soft power to education and see how it can. But and last but not the least is important that this is not a set of recommendations which will happen tomorrow. So there is a temporality component in the policy where there is 2024, 2026, 2030, 2040 and so on and so forth. It's a long-term vision. And this temporality is unique to this policy because earlier policy did not have temporality component. And here there is temporality which could lead to accountability of the government also to see whether they have reached to those timelines. So given this context, I would request you all, since you come from, yourself are from multidisciplinary background, to see once from your lens of respective discipline as anchor, but open up to other perspectives from the themes that you have adopted. So I see that we have equity and inclusion from National Law School team, teacher education from RV, multidisciplinary education from Mount Carmel and Christ, right? Sherry, and vocational education and skill.
Vocational education is being
Shared by Mount Carmel and
Ramaiah
University. Credit system from St. Joseph's University, alma mater. And promotion of Indian languages from Baba Ambedkar School of Economics. Optimal learning environment from National Law School participants, and international higher education again from St. Joseph's. Right. So So I think you yourself come with various background, but don't see per se from your institutional perspective. So that is also NEP wants to undo the typology of institution, because by virtue of your institutional affiliation, you are different, right? You have a state university, deemed university, and many other college, etc., etc. So don't only see from your institutional perspective. Look bigger, look wider in terms of higher education as a gamut, so that you can. But of course, you can use examples of your institution and see how it was done there, but also look at how it can be scaled and generalized to the extent that all institutions are to be implementing this. So with this little background, without further ado, we are already late by a few minutes, so we will
break
open up
for
clean up.
yes.
Okay. I will need after my speech, definitely. Thank you.
So we will break coffee and tea. It's arranged for all of you right outside. Post which we will start the session at 11:15 sharp. Yeah?
11:10.
11:10.
Because we are late by 10 minutes. Dr. Joshi is coming.
What are you saying that Germany?
अपनी फोन ले रहा फोटो
Today, Andre, you're also a member of Decode now in this year. Next year. You're from BBA? Good. I need double.
Let's just call on you.
You can also share it to people online. Oh, yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Then, is there a team yet to come? We are full, yeah, so let's start. 11:14.
Yeah. All right. So guys, let's just start with the discussion. Before I start with we start with the discussion, I'll just tell you the rules. The thing will be that every team shall be given 20 minutes each. A team will be given 20 minutes. You can divide it amongst yourself for 10 minutes for each speaker. And if you are a solo person, you will be given 10 minutes. And you will have a buzzer at the 8th minute.
Can we demo the buzzer?
Yeah. Kritika will be handling the time.
Can you just demo the buzzer once so that we can? Oh.
That's how it will be. And that will be the 8th minute for the first speaker. I've had a request from NLS team which is talking on equity that they want the buzzer only at the 18th minute, and both of them will be talking simultaneously. So they'll have it at the 18th minute. Is there any other team which wants it only at the 18th minute? Only at the 18th minute. Okay, yeah. It's just the two of these teams, and so let's just commence with that.
We also have it at the 18th minute.
18th minute. All right, okay. These are the three teams which will be having it at the 18th minute. Also, the slides which are going to be shared are the pointers that you have shared with us previously, and they have been put up there. And we just hope that we are going to be covering all of that during this discussion session. We're just looking forward to the discussion session. And we will, in case you can take down notes, and we will be asking for all of your pointers post the session. Either on your notepads or on any other Word document or anything. Is that okay? So shall we start with the first team, which is talking about equity and inclusion from LNS?
Talking about equity and inclusion, request. Just to begin with, first I would like to make a small differentiation, as most of us might have known, between the terminology of equality versus equity. Equality actually means that each individual or group of people is given the same preference, whereas equity recognizes that each person has different circumstances and allocates those resources as and when required to level the playing field. Professor Sai Baba talked about freedom to pursue, and we realize that freedom to pursue itself is a privilege that not many of the people might have, and those values are echoed by various philosophers also. I will just take an example of John Rawls. In his theory of justice, he realized that society could not avoid inequality among its people. Inequalities basically results from things such as one's inherited characteristics, social class, personal motivation, and even luck. Taken in context of India as a country, luck have it that most of the people belong to certain caste, due to which they are discriminated and are not given equal opportunities. Even so, John Rawls insisted that a just society should find ways to reduce inequality in areas where it can act. These sentiments have been echoed in the NEP, National Education Policy, where they have for the first time included the terminology of socio-economically disadvantaged group, SCDGS. So what it essentially means, these groups are broadly categorized on gender identities, such as female or transgender individual. More priorities are to be given to people belonging to these categories. Secondly, geographical identities, such as students belonging from villages, small towns, or aspirational districts. Thirdly, disabilities, including learning disability, and socioeconomic conditions such as migrant communities, low-income households, children in vulnerable situations such as victims of trafficking, orphans, including children, including beggars. These basic principles have been included in the policy in hope to level the playing field. In that sense, we'll try to we'll try to look at NEP and how these principles are included in school education, higher education, financing, and equitable use of technology. At the same time, we'll try to find out if and how affordable financing and technology is leveraged to facilitate inclusive education.
One thing that NEP talks about in terms of equity and inclusivity is that NEP proposes that education is a great leveler, and NEP says that it is the best tool for achieving economic and social mobility, inclusion, and equality. It also affirms that initiatives must be in place from all the stakeholders, be it government or private institutions or non-government institutions, so that all the students, despite of the barriers that they have in terms of their social hierarchy, etc., students from all such groups should be provided equal opportunity in terms of both school education and higher education. So NEP says that the approach for equity and inclusivity in the education system of the country should be common across the school and higher education. The reason behind this is that the causes for inequality in the country remains same across the school education and higher education. That's why the approach should be common. And we believe that if we are able to provide equal opportunities at the school level, then less and less affirmative action will be required at the higher education level. So apart from recognizing that the major concerns are common across school and higher education, NEP also says that there are certain issues which are specific to higher education, and that's why those issues should be taken care of specifically. If we talk about equity and inclusion in higher education institutions, then we thought of 4 parameters to look at whether the higher education institutions in India are inclusive or not. First is the admission process. Second is the fee structure of the higher education institutes. Third is the infrastructure. And fourth is the curriculum and pedagogy. We'll be addressing these four parameters across the various types of disadvantages that are at play in our society. I'll start with gender inclusivity. So NEP says that one of the main provisions for gender inclusivity is gender inclusive fund. So it says that the NEP assures that um, because females are at a disadvantage in our society, and that's why they have sort of co-opted female category across the socioeconomically disadvantaged groups. But the concern here is that since NEP talks about sociocultural identities, geographical identities, disabilities, so one concern could be that maybe the concerns of females could be metered out because we are not specifically targeting them in the policy. Um, Apart from that, it also NEP recognizes that almost 50% of all these socioeconomically disadvantaged groups belong to female category. Um, there are two things that we thought is left out of the NEP. One is related to sex education because it's highly important that women are aware about their sexual and reproductive rights, and we believe that it should be included in the curriculum. Education institutions. And second is about the legal rights of women, which also didn't find any mention in the national education policy. Um, Next, I'll be addressing the economically disadvantaged groups. So, NEP addresses both the actions taken by the government and the private institutions. It says that the government should increase the scholarships given to socioeconomically disadvantaged groups, and the government should also incentivize and encourage the private higher education institutions to increase the scholarships to these group of students. But what we feel is lacking in the policy is that a lot of institutions in India, both government and private, conduct um, their entrance exams for their uh, particularly for that institute, and the admission process itself is not inclusive. I'll give an example of um, let's say a private engineering college, and the admission fees there is around 3,000 rupees. And if we talk about average, an income of average household in India, that is around 5,000 or 6,000 rupees. So so our question is that will that economically poor household will invest in that for that particular entrance exam? So that's why our concern is that apart from giving scholarships to their students specifically, the admission process should also be made more inclusive in terms of providing financial assistance to the students from the starting itself. Now, I would like to address the trade-off between equity and quality. So there is a question that will equality be a barrier for excellence? But we believe that both of these things, equity and quality, are the two sides of the same coin. And the core issue here is how we define quality and excellence. And according to our understanding, how we define quality and excellence is a political question. And if we sort of look at the ideological state apparatus that Louis Althusser talks about, it says that the state tries to oppress both repressively with violence and with ideological state apparatus and education system is a huge part of it. So if we would as a country like to address the question of equity and inclusion, we have to take a political stance to define what quality and excellence are for us. And we have to make education quality at the heart of our equity strategy. And I would like to end it with one Gandhiji's talisman, that if our action, we have to consider if our actions are benefiting the most marginalized, the most poor people of our country or not. And if national education policy is not able to do that, I think we should reconsider it and make suitable changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have something to add? Yeah.
Regarding geographical inequalities, so NEP has favored children belonging to rural villages, which have been essentially deprived of quality education because of reasons such as lack of infrastructure, inadequate staff. My experiences as a Gandhi Fellow, where I worked 2 years in the field, show that most of the schools only have one teacher, and the teacher-student ratio is very high. But hopefully, NEP will end this problem. How they are going about it is that they have recommended that regions with significantly large population from educationally disadvantaged group should be declared special education zones, whereas there is a concentrated efforts of policies and schemes that are to be implemented with maximum force in this particular area. Additionally, to ensure that teacher and student ratio becomes lower, there is an ease of starting new schools. The documentation required for new school is essentially eased. The question remains how the particular state governments will go about it. There, we cannot differentiate politics from policies in Indian context specifically. Regarding now coming to disability, NEP states that fund will be given to particular states to make necessary addition and changes for female and transgender students based on cleanliness and other disabilities that the NEP has formulated. In this also our question remains ki there are various policies being made, but only the policies that are politically motivated will tend to be advantaged over other policies. So we would end our case in this manner. Thank you.
Thank you, team. We will have the next team from Christ to University.
I'll start with multidisciplinary education. So to start, what is multidisciplinary education? Multidisciplinary education can be defined as a education that is not limited to one particular scope of field which is focusing on education, but which has a mix of different curricula that focuses on making an individual holistic and an integrated individual. So for example, like in multidisciplinary.
Your laptop on the right because you're hiding the mic.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
So to quote Swami Vivekananda, he has said that education is the manifestation of perfection already in man. So this is a quote which he says that education which is already present in man has to be manifested. So in Indian education,
it's automated.
So in Indian education, like we can see that the multidisciplinary education is not given much more focus in the current context, and so this makes an individual only to focus on one thing. So what happens is that in the long run, he is not more prone to employability, and he cannot make more transfer to work, employment easier manner. And we can see that according to the ILO data, International Labour Organization data, the youth unemployability rate in India is around 28.3%. So this is very high, and it is very alarming in Indian context, because youth are the future pillars of the India, as Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam has said. And without the youth, the country cannot grow after a long period. So in the long term, it poses a great threat. So to reduce that unemployability rate, we have to make the youth more employable. So for example, with the emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and machine learning, we are more prone to be unemployed by the machines, and the humans will tend to be unemployed and the machines will take over this place of this human. So what happens, the unemployment is definitely going to increase, and in the long run, the GDP will be affected. So to avoid this, we have to focus on this. And also Swami Vivekananda's man-making education and Sir Aurobindo's integral education and Mahatma Gandhi's basic education are given more focus by the multidisciplinary education system, which recognizes not only the soft skills such as communication, adaptability, integrity, cooperation, and most notably like teamwork and leadership are more given more focus, and also the hard skills such as mastery and proficiency in a particular subject is also given as a hard skills. So like there is a huge argument in the multidisciplinary field that like making a person a generalizer, we limit their opportunities because they don't get an in-depth knowledge about a particular field. So this is a great argument, and to counter this, I can say that in the multidisciplinary approach given in NEP 2020, we are not just focusing on making a person expert in all the fields. We are going to make a person expert in one field, but he will get a knowledge about all the fields. So he will have a background knowledge and a thing to fall back if his main focus backfires. So that is a great thing about the NEP 2020 multidisciplinary approach. So it makes a person integrated, and another thing is that it makes a person with ethically in accordance to the constitutional values. So for example, like a person may be a great scientist, he uses his knowledge for creating a nuclear bomb, then his knowledge is not going to be beneficial, but it is going to be a destroying humanity. So it has to be focused on improving and developing a humanity rather than destroying it. So with great knowledge comes great responsibility. That's a great thing. And to make the knowledge useful for humanity is a major focus. So with the multidisciplinary approach, we will focus on imparting the constitutional ideals to the people. And so they will fall back to the good values such as like objectivity, honesty, truthfulness, and integrity and dignity and brotherhood, most importantly. So this is a great thing. And in the current context, our Earth is facing a major climate problem, and so this will multidisciplinary will focus on providing a environmental approach to the educational system, and we will be more aware about the rising dangers of the greenhouse gases and the ozone layers and the pollution that is causing a great harm to our Earth. And we will develop more integrated individuals in accordance to STEM, like science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So with the multidisciplinary, like the focus of the education of a person will just not be limited to one scope, but he will be more focused on other scopes and linking his curricula with another curricula. And this will help in community engagement, which is very important, because with the community engagement, like we'll be working in slums. Like in my previous college, in Loyola College, we worked in a slum in Shadepet, where we have to be supposed to go for every week at least twice and get a skill-based, credit-based system and gain marks on this. So this is only possible because of this thing, and we learned a great thing like humanity. Humanity is very important, and our education is not just for ourselves, it's for the benefit of everyone, for all Indians. So we have to be more beneficial from our education, because our education should not be selfless, but rather it has to be benefit to all Indians and all over the world. So that is more important. And it is a very important need of our multidisciplinary education, because we can see that in India, we are more focused on content memorization. Like we just mug up everything and just vomit everything in the exam. Now that is not going to be useful in our future. And education is a continuous process. Like in the future, we have to be continuously educating, and it has to be we have to be practically oriented, and we have to make it useful of it. And the focus towards competence-based learning is also implemented in this multidisciplinary education. Yeah,
Okay, so the concept of multidisciplinary is not a new concept. Like it has been started from the ancient India. Like Banabhatta in his Kadambari has also dedicated some of his writing towards how multidisciplinary education can be very, very immersed in the evolving society that is gonna come up. So definitely, during if in such a background, if we can think like that, in the new education policy, it has come up in a very evolved manner. So multidisciplinary in current in national education policy has given students much more lot of options. For example, we all come from a very different various studies. So particularly if you take public policy, majorly after public policy, many might be thinking of going to bureaucracy, in the field of bureaucracy or in fields of research. So in such a policy like NEP 2020, they can give us a very like varied opportunity in order to choose our own field of interest, particularly if we are interested in rural development policy, we can go on for that. Or science and technology. Even though if you're not a science student, you are encouraged to explore that. And rightly pointed out by my friend over here, he has he had trained to become a generalist, which is much more important in the current scenario. So suppose if you're going as an bureaucrat officer, definitely your generalist approach will come in more handy than your specialist approach, because and feel like administration or any field of related to that requires non-technical knowledge. Like you're really not needed to be specialized in a particular platform to be making a policy evaluation or a policy analysis. So that is the main thing. Then other than that, it helps you in network building. Like so even though if I don't have a particular background in a specific field, if you interact with if you interact with the person who is having specialized field in that, you'll get to know much more knowledge about it, and you can implement that in your research or the thing that you're academically doing. And definitely pointed out by Sir earlier, NDP has definitely been uh, transforming from sustainability to equity, excellence, as well as expansion. Definitely yes, because they have given us students an opportunity in order to take a 4-year undergraduate degree and go to PhD. Like directly, you're going into an expertise of PhD, and that level of training is given in your undergraduation level itself. That is an opportunity which can actually promote a student in order to pursue a field of academic interest as well as research interest. Uh, Here, you can have in this NEP policy, like if you take the previous policy like 1968 and all, they were majorly focused on language. Here, thankfully, that language portion, even though it is given importance, it is not being promoted very communally. Like, but there are cons to that. For example, if a student is coming from North India and suppose in a South Indian state NEP is being implemented, I think Karnataka has actually implemented it, started to implement it. So they are actually made to learn Kannada, sorry, Kannada. They are actually made to learn Kannada. But
it is good thing to learn one more language, but eventually that is a very big burden for people which is coming, for students who are coming from North India, as South Indian language is a bit more extreme in a way. So when it comes to disability, there were many schemes earlier which actually, if a student is having any handicap disability or learning disability, there were schemes that in schools there was separate teachers who will be there for them, who will train the kids. So so in NEP 2020, one of the benefits which I can see here is that if a individual with a learning disability is that he can explore various other options, which is suppose he or she can be good in science or arts. He can choose with his own interest on what field he would like to go. And also the teachers, regarding the teachers, they are also asked to train in such a way that, in a specialized way, that they don't feel anywhere left out. So that is one of the point. And you have fellowships like like Ashoka University is providing Young India fellowship. So they also do not like just promote one field of interest. They actually teach various field of interest, from international relations to law. So that is very good, very mature thing, in order so that students can actually promote their analytical skills as well as critical thinking. And regarding the gross enrollment rate, Sikkim is one of the states which has possessed almost 76% in the 2021 data. And definitely, when you learn so much background, or when you have an idea regarding so much background, it will optimize you as a person, which will also enhance the discipline in you as an individual. Um, plus you won't be narrow minded, like you will have an interest regarding everything, and you can see any scenario in a in a broader way rather than a narrow way. So it also teaches how ethical and professionalism work in an integrated way, which is also uh, which is also enhanced in the draft policy which has been made. So these are the major points which I would like.
I will add a couple more points. So with the multidisciplinary approach, it will make it easy for an individual to work transfer. Like in or today's world, an individual is not stable in his employment. For example, he is working in Wipro today and he will be working in HCL tomorrow. So what he needs is that the necessary company will provide a training program for almost 6 months, 12 months, and he will lose his working period at that period of time. So with this multidisciplinary, he will have a broad view of all the knowledge that he needs. So that will make it easier for him to adapt more mentally, and it will reduce the stress in adapting to new worker conditions. And another point is that it will in only IIT Bombay was ranked in the top 100 of Indian global institutions in the world, which is very, very bad for an Indian education system. So with the multidisciplinary approach, the number of universities that are more capable of providing the education at the level of the global will increase. So this is a great thing that is focused by the NEP 2020, and it needs a lot of improvements and more implementation methods to properly make all the Indian institutions in the international levels. So that will make Indians more, and they won't be going to other countries and drain or foreign investments and foreign reserves. They're and we'll be more focusing on, and other countries will send their students to India, and will be more, or foreign reserves will increase with this method, and brain drain won't be happening here. Another thing is that this multidisciplinary approach focuses on experiential learning. So experiential learning means we just don't go to a classroom and sit and study for 8 hours. That is not good for any children. So with this experiential learning, We can study by sports plays, play-based, by storytelling methods, and from other methods such as like toy-based. And for this will be more add up to the children who will be more enhanced to learn more and study more. Their interest will increase. So this is very important. And integrating a pre-vocational education to our educational system will also improve in the curriculum. So they will be more broad-based and their knowledge will also increase among various fields.
So, like India's, I would say like probably it's an extreme statement, but I think India is quite late uh, in order to be in an advancement in multidisciplinary schemes. For example, some if you take politically, some schemes like Mandrega or ICDS, it requires grassroots learning. So, uh, if you don't go on field and work, how do you know about the scheme and how well it is implemented in the society? So I think multidisciplinary education in a way also promote that, like grassroots learning, because India has always been used to top-down approach, never bottom-up approach. So I think that is very good thing when it comes to NEP 2020. Many other countries like Singapore and everywhere, basically they give uh, after the higher after their secondary education, they kind of give an assessment to the students so that they can understand what is their field of interest and they can go and pursue higher education according to that, which is also very way which can be implemented in India also in a very huge manner.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. So now we will have Prana from RD University, who is going to be talking on teacher education.
So, as our professor Sai Baba was telling, that teachers should be at the heart of education, right? But for us to do that, we are supposed to have accountability. There has to be a matrix of accountability within the teaching system to teach teachers accountability. Now, when they have consequences for their actions, that's when they will actually think of teaching properly. In other countries, like the US, UK, and Switzerland, they have websites and they have databases where students can rate their teachers. This makes a continuous feedback loop. So suppose there is an inadequacy a teacher faces, they can work on it and make it less intimidating for the student to ask them questions. Another thing I wanted to cover is there's no sensitivity training on topics such as gender, culture, and religion. India being a diverse country with so many cultures, religions, and sects, needs to have like these kind of trainings for teachers, because not only are we training Indian students, we are training even students from countries from our neighbors, like from Pakistan, from Nepal, from Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and so on. Not only that, Northeast students face a lot of discrimination when they go to the far north or South India. They are called things like Momo, Chinky, Chinese, etc., which can be very degrading for them. And already we are having like a Naxal problem in such areas. So when they face such problems, what will motivate them to continue or contribute to their skill sets? And not only that, just recently it was announced by our PM that foreign universities like Oxford are interested in contributing their branches or like their knowledge databases to India. So like how can you expect foreign investment and such interesting collaboration when you have like biases inbuilt into your system? Another thing is there's a lack of application-based programming, application-based programs for teachers. I feel in this set, the medical field has excelled, because not only do they sit and learn theory, but very just after class they go and they help out in the hospitals, right? Just like that, there has to be a program where teachers, after they learn what they study, they must go and teach. Now, suppose someone finishes their MBBS, they go to a village or they go to an underdeveloped area where they teach, where they provide their services. So this will not only teach them to empathize, but they will learn about social cues and how a person is supposed to be treated way faster. Another thing is there is no framework to educate the teachers to correct if their correct inadequacies or inaccuracies in the current education system. Now, I still remember to this day that in our history textbooks, we have a lot about Mughal empires, we have a lot about Khilji and and various Shah Jahan, etc. But our own Indian kings from the Chola Empire, from the Vijayanagar Empire, or the kings from the northeast, or for that matter, the king of Kashmir, we don't have any knowledge about them. We have mostly this the invaders' knowledge. We don't have our desi, our indigenous knowledge, which has been which is an integral part of our culture. Teachers don't, even if they do know that there's an inaccuracy or there's a lack of a certain thing, they are not taught how to go against the system and tell them that these changes are supposed to be made. They're just told to follow orders like a robot. In fact, the funny thing is, some schools in Bangalore already have robot teachers. That's how replaceable teachers are becoming, which is wrong. Now, there is no specialization when it comes to teaching. Now, when you go and do B.Ed, it's not integrated with the subject the person's educated with. For example, you can't teach the way you teach physics in the same way that you teach literature. That's why, there's a disconnect somewhere between the teachers and students. Just because you have done a PhD in physics doesn't mean you know how to teach physics. Some subjects require a lot of book reading and book learning, but some subjects require a lot of application. This balance cannot be struck if there's no integration of what they've already learned with teaching. And teaching is honestly a really powerful job because you are shaping the career of the student. It can make or break the student. I still cannot cope with math no matter how much I try because of the way I was taught. So there's a huge responsibility of the teachers that they shape our future generation. And another thing is there's no teacher code of ethics that has been included. In every field, there has to be a ethical barrier and a code of ethics that must be followed to maintain the integrity of the teachers and the teaching profession. If this is not followed, then this opens room to malpractice and a lot of corruption in the system. Now, another thing is there's no teaching autonomy in higher institutions. Now, if you go to any government institution like, say, AIMS, they aren't given autonomy to do their own research. Even during COVID, when at the peak of COVID, when there was a lot of deaths and there was a lot of rise in the COVID cases, instead of researching on how do we combat this or future vaccines or any of these, their first priority was given that what is the impact of Gayatri Mantra on Corona. Now, of course, there will be some impact, but I feel at that point of time we had to prioritize the vaccine manufacturing rather than this. And they're either pressured directly or indirectly. Here they could have that funding pulled. Indirectly can be like the MLAs or the MPs. They would be funding private universities, and they will only publish things that they publish and fund things only which is supporting their agenda, which is wrong. So you might ask then if they are not supposed to raise money from the government or from political sects, then how are they supposed to raise? We can look at the Harvard model for this. Harvard only earns their money, their tuition fees, and like most of their revenue is not made only from tuition fees or from grants. Only 10% of their funding is from tuition fees. Remaining, they have set up parallel lines of businesses which give them profits, and through these profits, they fund their universities and their funding and their research. And I would like to end my session by saying a quote from Vivekananda himself: "The Guru is a means of realization. There is no knowledge without a teacher."
Thank you so much, Prama. We have Gopal Krishna sir who's joined us on.
Yeah, Professor Joshi sir, good morning. It is 6 minutes to 12. Can you hear us? Sir, you're on mute. Yeah, Professor Joshi sir, can you hear us? You're on mute. Yeah, now we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hear me? Yes, yes, very much, very much, very much.
So, sir.
Yeah, go ahead. Chetan, whenever you say I have to start, I will start my.
Yes, sir. So let me take this opportunity to introduce to all of you Professor Gopalakrishna Joshi, who is best introduced as a very innovative teacher, but now he's holding a very important position amidst implementation of NEP in Karnataka as Executive Director to Karnataka State Higher Education Council. As you all know, Karnataka is in the forefront of implementing NEP as the state which is in practice today to implement. So Professor Joshi has been handling most of these initiatives. So we are very keen to hear you, Professor. And so let me take 30 seconds to turn on the camera to show you all the young faces here who are here on the Youth Day. Slowly can. Yeah. So we have students and passionate young brigade towards cause of education from 8 different institutions, including the Ramaiah University. So we are very keen to hear you, sir. Now I request you to share your insights to all of us here. Thank you. Over to
1
you,
minute.
sir.
Yeah, Chetan, one minute, Chetan. Yes.
Yes. Yes, yes.
Yeah, Chetan, yes.
So Professor Joshi is actually traveling. He just landed at Bangalore. So since he has promised us he'll join, so he has joined us. So thankful to him. Amidst this transition, he's joining us.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Chetan, for giving me this opportunity to talk to our young friends. Today is a very special day. It is celebrated as National Youth Day in memory of a great monk, visionary, and patriot about whom Bharat Mata is very proud of, Swami Vivekananda. Every soul is education is a station of perfection within. Is often at thoughts. He spoke about power of youth and the of education in the context of Lokahita. He said, Atmano Mokshartham Jagadhitaya cha. Youth needs to build its competencies and find greater purpose for life during student days. National education policy is rooted in Swami Vivekananda's thoughts and quotes him very often. NEP talks about making education relevant to the needs of our country in today's dynamic world. It focuses on vibrant educational ecosystem which is committed to and capable of preparing the youth for their life. It talks about responsive system, relevant curriculum, learner-centered delivery, and assessment focused on learning. All the recommendations of this policy are formulated with the vision of preparing the largest young population of our country, that is, to make India a key player in the new world order. It talks about autonomy and freedom with accountability to all stakeholders. When we look at higher education, it is about youth transiting from school education to college education. It is about the transition from closed supervised environment to an open unsupervised environment, that too in teens. Those who are aware and responsible will make the best use of this opportunity and land in life's journey with adequate preparations. Forums and events like this provide good opportunity for students to develop good understanding of the provisions of national education policy and help them make right choices and decisions. I will focus today on lifelong learning as a requirement to prepare for life in this VUCA world. When I say VUCA, I'm referring to the way today's world is characterized in terms of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Change is the only thing that is permanent, it is said. But what is amazing to me is the rate at which the change is happening. Nobody in our previous generations saw so much of change in society and climate as much as we are seeing now. I have seen 5 sweeping changes in my 30 years of professional life, including COVID. What I studied in college has helped me in terms of laying foundations and building core values. However, I have remained a learner to stay relevant. I wish to refer to two disruptive AI tools that I have started using recently: Copilot on GitHub and ChatGPT. These two tools have the power to transform the way education is being offered and the workplace competencies. It is this disruptive and rapid change that keeps challenging us to stay competent and relevant. Becoming a lifelong learner is the ability to continue learning and growing throughout one's life, even after formal education is completed. Here are some ways that youth can become lifelong learners. Cultivate a love for learning, encouraging youth to develop a love for learning by introducing them to a wide range of subjects and activities and helping them find areas of interest. Set goals and pursue interests, encouraging youth to set goals for their learning and to pursue their interests in both inside and outside of the classrooms. Develop self-directed learning skills, teach youth how to set goals, find and evaluate resources, and take initiative to learn on their own. Practice critical thinking, encourage youth to think critically and question what are being told and to analyze and evaluate information and arguments. Embrace failure and experimentation. Help youth to understand that failure and experimentation are important parts of learning process. Encourage participation in lifelong learning opportunities. Guide youth to take advantage of lifelong learning opportunities such as taking classes or workshops, reading or listening to podcasts, attending lectures, or participating in community service or other volunteer work. Make learning a habit. Encourage youth to make learning a regular part of their lives by setting aside time each day or week for self-directed learning or skill development. Seek mentorship and guidance. Seek guidance and mentorship from knowledgeable people in fields that interest them, as mentorship helps build a personalized path of learning and development. Ultimately, lifelong learning is an ongoing and ever evolving process that requires commitment and learning, growing, and adapting. And what you are doing today through this forum is exactly what is to be done by youth as part of lifelong learning. And I'm very sure the the knowledge that you co-create here through deliberations and the experiences that you get here remain hold you remain motivated towards pursuing your journey of learning in your life. Thank you once again, Dr. Chetan, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Anjali, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for joining, sir. It was really insightful to understand what we as stakeholders of NEP have to be contributing towards NEP. It is also pretty vital to understand that you emphasized on lifelong learning, especially with VUCA, where you mentioned about how relevant we are in this particular ever-changing world, where we are talking about how we are so volatile, where we can also be so uncertain in finding complex problem solutions and other things. Though there is ambiguity, there is a place for us to learn and ask for questions and always emphasize as to what are the important things to be done for us to stay relevant in this particular environment. I also like to take this opportunity to tell you, so we are looking at a critical analysis at this particular forum, Vimarsha, and we will be looking forward to be submitting a report from each and every person, whoever is here, and we will collate that and submit that to your office, and we'll come and meet you in person and give that to you, sir. And whenever you're free, we would love to do that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am very sorry. I would have been, a part of your system, ecosystem today and learn along with you. But because of some commitment, I have to stay away from Bangalore. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, and you have a good day ahead. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So let's move with the next theme, which we have is vocational education, and I think we will start with Sudeep for that. And you will be also having 10 minutes to begin.
So my team is vocational training and skill development. So starting with one of the most famous quote of Swami Vivekananda, he told, it's mentioned in his biography that I would prefer to play football more than reading Bhagavad Gita. So football in the sense is like, you can't say that it's all he means sport. He meant that there are other activities that can also give us education. So I would be more realistic than the policy has already highlighted in it. So in this generation, because I believe as we are now called as the Gen Z kids, so we believe that we are missing out of skills and vocational training. So from my entire education period, I have faced that whatever I have learned, it's all about only bookish. I don't know how to do gardening. My father knows, because at that time the system was like that. You have to engage yourself in working in farming and also taking on the study. So that's why they got to learn. But we people, those who are living in cities, we hardly know how to do farming and gardening. So I believe that the policy must ensure that from the very beginning of the schooling level, this thing should be included, I believe. Otherwise, if you see the future, means I think skills are getting extinct. So I believe that it should be included in the policy. And in Bhagavad Gita, there is a famous quote by Lord Krishna there. What is it? Yoga karmasu kaushala. So kaushal, by mean that whatever you do with skill, directly in this sense. So I believe that my first pointer says that skills like if you see the agricultural skills and farming skills along with it should be included in the national education policy 2020. Like means if there is a farmer, we like farmers and manual workers who don't recognize them as a teacher. But I believe that they should be given the title of teacher because they know very much the skill. So they will teach you whatever means they know exactly. And then you get to know like if I go to a farmer and I ask him, please teach me how you have doing this farming for so many years. So he has experience. He will be teaching that okay, in this way, if you correct it, then we can definitely develop that kind of skills. And that is the most efficient way of learning. And so China, if you see internationally, so China and Japan and South Korea, this kind of states, countries are providing more emphasis on skill development than we provide. So we have to, get in tough competition with them. So I believe that skill development should be, should be in an exchanging way. Like whatever their perspective, their views on education, or like skill development. So we have to follow them. And again, if we found that they are missing or something, we need to exchange that. So that is my own view. And internship, we either get in the college level or in the higher education level. So I believe that internship should become in the schooling level, also in like secondary schooling levels. And yeah, and I believe that there is already a national skill curriculum that is of 2013. So I think a new curriculum should be made, like national skill curriculum, obviously in the year 2013. My second point is all about the skill development for early schooling years. That is, I believe that Gurukul model is the most efficient way of learning skills. So in Gurukul, at that time, rishis and munis, they along with Shravan, that is the bookish knowledge we can say, they used to teach the students how to manage household affairs, how to cook, how to like farming and all those things. So I believe that Gurukul emphasis should be there in a scientific manner. Like if you are having a big campus and if you are having a playground, that playground can be a place where they can perform like yoga and also like gardening and all those things. That Ramakrishna mission is following right now. That's why their kids are much more well skilled than we people that we have education. So that kind of system should be given emphasis in everywhere. And like I have divided my plan, like that means from early schooling year from 6 to 10, that is elementary schooling year. So I believe that the kids should be given emphasis on expertise on pottery making, household management, art crafts, gardening, cooking, all those things. And in that secondary education, that is from class 10 to 12, that you need to learn leadership skills that we learn in the college years or in MBA. So from then on, if we build this kind of habit, then we can make a difference in the skill development of our country. And most importantly, I believe that the society needs skilled people right now more than this bookish education. Right, means we are missing out skills, and some there are skills like traditional and tribal. Because I belong from Northeast, I believe that people, those who can make unique craft from using bamboos and using woods, these are getting extinct. So government should provide reservation over that, and this knowledge should be provided like we see in museum. So not in museum, but in practicality, we can buy them, purchase them, and there should be an economy that should be created, I believe. Yeah, and knowledge share means this kind of, if you want to learn that individual and autonomous kind of education, you have to go there and like what we did in the Nalanda and Tashila years. People from China, people from Cambodia used to come in our country, they learn our culture. So according to that kind of exchange should be there. And the entire, I think, present our entire education system is missing that approach, I believe. Because if I aspire to go to UK to learn that kind of technical skill, I can't because I don't have that money. But I think if government find me skilled and enough competent, then government should fund me and with some terms and conditions that after completing the course, you have to be in the country back and you have to work for the own people, not for them. That kind of system should be there. Yeah. And last one, that is what I believe is that part-time and full-time integrated skill development course. That is what the market is. So what I believe is that people nowadays having many aspirations. Like if I studying, I want to do job, I want to make some startup. So yeah, so our direction policy also talks about that. If you want to stop your study at a certain level, you can stop and you can go into work, and again you come back and you can start your carry on your course. So along with that, this kind of part-time skill development for 3 months, 2 months, like normal things like how to cook and this kind of thing, like gardening and all those things should be there. Like people must get to know how to do this kind of thing. And if you see, there is a stereotype. We need a big behavioral thing. Our society is like that. I want make like a farmer would aspire his son to become an IS officer or engineer or doctor. I believe that if he is a farmer, then he must encourage his son to become a farmer. Because there is consequence in the society, there is a flow of the humankind. Otherwise, we are missing out of this. And definitely, it should be given more importance from the government side also, because government are not providing full importance to agricultural studies and their kind of vocational skills like construction and all those things. So I believe that there should be kind of knowledge system that encourages the youth to get into the sector and make their careers over there. So then there will be not inconsistency in the job operating. And the last of all, I believe that the National Committee for the Integration of Vocational Education, so National Committee for the Integration of Vocational Education is a committee that will be formed to look after this. So that authority, that body must have to look all of these things very keenly. So yeah. And there should be autonomy means with some of the organizations mean those who are recruiting students from like from technological field, from fine arts, from soft skills. So they should be given autonomy because otherwise we see that people are fluctuating. Means if I know no good cooking, I have to commute or I have to migrate to one place from another for the job purpose. I believe that there should be job security so that they can work lifelong in the sector. So yeah, with all this, I'm concluding my session. Thanks. Thanks all.
Thank you, sir. Now we have the first is from Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences. He'll be talking on vocational and skill development.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. So before I begin, I want to start with an anecdote. And that was of my Sanskrit teacher. I vividly remember her telling us in 2013 actually, that I was in 8th class and she told us the education you are getting is worthless. She told us directly on our face that this is not worth it even. So I think that actually tells us about how education system, even after 18 years of education, after passing class 12, we don't have anything show for us. Like we don't have any skills in those 18 years that are taught that we can commercialize it, that can get us a job in this currently so competitive job market, even after 18 years of education. So this is not personally my story, or this is actually a generalized thing. This is everybody after class 12 can say those who can't study can't get a job, because if you don't have a higher education, you can't even get an entry-level job at any place. You can do physical manual work, but that's not most people want to do in life. So I think today's discussion of vocational education and skill has a true impact on the future of India, because vocational education can help us achieve true equality in educational institute. There's a famous quote about by Moltke that plants don't survive contact with enemy. I would like to rephrase it, and I want to say this about education is education does not survive contact with real world. If we do believe to build an Atmanirbhar Bharat, we need to have an education system that is rapidly evolving with technology and innovation. We need to teach that skill that will be relevant in an economy that will be riddled by change in coming years. Vocational education needs to serve the market. It means it needs to constantly update and research on what is relevant in the market and also predict future trends in the vocational education is also very necessary. A way for doing this could be actually help is doing public-private partnerships. Vocational institutes should have a private sponsorship or a private person that could actually bridge the gap between what is taught and what is present currently in the industry. Such a venture can essentially help both the parties, as it will make private enterprise more involved in the education process, and it can directly help in the placement of students graduating from these vocational institutes. And whereas government can actually help in supporting students who are studying in this vocational institute, because as we know, vocational education is much needed by those people who can't actually afford it. They come from very underprivileged, not an economically good background. Government can government can play a key role in standardizing education across the vocational institutes around India. It's, you know, this will actually ensure the workforce is being competitive at an international level and education is up to date. Standardizing education is somewhat necessary in sense because uh, as things are rapidly evolving on internet and such skills such as web 3 or maybe in future web 4.0, we don't know what will that be. That could be in metaverse, so we might need metaverse construction in soft skills. So vocational education can play actually a bigger role in society. It by commercializing dying art forms or certain practices that is performed by in our communities that is not well known to a lot of people. For example, there are two examples that I want to. There are two dying art forms that I want to much more emphasize on right now is painting by the Bhilai tribes. If I don't know how many art enthusiastic are here, but if you see there are a very special kind of dot paintings made by Bhilai tribes of Odisha, and there's a patola sari making by a community in Gujarat, Madhubya. And these are dying art forms because the tribes, the art forms, these art forms are not being practiced or by the community that have been practicing it for centuries. Bhilai tribes are actually moving out of their tribal where they used to be situated and used to live in cities, and now they are losing the touch to the art forms. So, in a way, through commercializing these kinds of arts, we can actually save these arts from going extinct. And suppose, for example, if you see, there are thousands of picture books, and if Bhilai art form can be at least in 10% of them, it will go in a long way of saving such a dying art form, and it can actually uplift communities. Similarly, this can actually help India in exporting its culture outside of its sphere of influence of Asia. It can actually go to all parts of India, all parts of world, and create a cultural impact. Vocational education can also be an inclusive gateway for people who can't be accommodated in a traditional education system. They suppose people who have not studied outside of elementary education, outside of 8th class, we can actually bring them through vocational courses, and we can actually educate them much better in their skill and improve their skill sets. And if they perform good in those education thing in their education, vocational education, they can actually move on to higher education. And we should actually establish a pathway from vocational education to higher education of university education, so that these people can have a social and economic upliftment in the field of work and in their personal lives. Because even if through vocational education they can actually advance in the work field, they can actually go into mid-level management position. I think that would be a victory for the vocational education. One thing that I would like to emphasize about vocational education is we need to have non-traditional teachers. We can't have this in a very traditional teacher in a very classroom manner. We need to have a peer learning in vocational learning, because people come from different background, and if they are learning from each other, that would actually take stress off from the teachers, and actually help on teachers involvement in their vocational education should be in guiding people in the right direction, not to have an active micromanagement of studies. So now coming back to the problems with vocational education, there is stigma around vocational education that it is not very good, or it's not worth the time that is being spent on. We should actually we can actually contract it by creating an educational pathway into higher education that can actually, if people know about how they can move from vocational education to higher education, it will actually go a long way from cutting down stigmas around vocational education. And if people see around themselves that people who have come from vocational education are as much as qualified as traditional education system, that will actually create more equality than anything that has been mentioned. So, and one more thing that I want vocational education to actually very much focus on is instilling the entrepreneurial spirit in the people. If people who are doing actual groundwork can go and work in the boardrooms and actually start their own enterprises, small or medium, anyway, and if they learn that, they can actually create cooperative societies that can actually help workers, and it will create more help for the entire community that they are working in. That's all. Thank you.
So I just want to add few points to it. So we talked about public-private partnerships. So I believe that it's a kind of creating a slavery kind of system. So I believe that now it's a time to become self-dependent. So you are learning skill. So it is to be like that. Means if you are learning skill, then you must get yourself a job. You should create job for others, not to get a job. So I believe that should be done. And one to many emphasis, like that is one to one emphasis. I believe one to many, like you are learning from a teacher and you are a student of second year or third year, final year student. You have to impart that knowledge to the first year student. Then there would be efficiency in the system. I believe more efficiency in learning. And organization recommendation. I believe that now universities, we are mostly dependent on university to get a degree. I believe that if you are working, like we do internship, right? We do internship in any kind of agency, we get a certificate later on. So if we work in any kind of organization for 3 or 5 years, if they provide us a certificate saying that like 5 years you have worked in my organization, you have done exceptionally well. So that kind of system, like not to depend on any university in case of this vocational training.
Thank you. Now, can we move some points? Can we come to the discussion about post-lunch? So now we'll have the team from St. Joseph's
on credit system.
Good afternoon, all. We'll be speaking on the credit system, and we'll be covering the points like working of the credit system and the advantages, how it's necessary, and we'll also be addressing the loopholes and some suggestions. To start with it, India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, had a vision that IITs would become temples of India. But currently, if you look at IITs, they are production units of engineers and not scientists, as he believed, or like as few others believe it would be. So what NEP 2020 aims is to enrich the research capacity in students to create the spark for research, for innovation. So that's the core emphasis of NEP. So NEP policy outlines liberty to choose different subjects. If someone would have told me in school that in college I would be studying international relations and public policy and peace studies as my core subjects, and I'll be studying something that I like, my other interests, like something like advertising or cosmetics as my electives, I would have never believed it. But here I am, we are doing that. We are the beneficiaries of a new policy which caters to our needs. It will make sure that student, like each of our interests are addressed. So the new policy outlines the liberty to choose among different subjects and to make an exit after getting a certificate. In India, we have to understand that our social context, we have to address our social context, which is that we all, our families, our society demand a degree from us. And in a lot of cases, it's not possible because of economic issues, social issues, and many other cultural barriers, reasons like that. So NEP, especially the credit system, allows this feature of multiple entry and exit system, where you can either exit with a certificate, a 2-year diploma, a degree, or a degree with honors, as in the case of an undergraduate. So this system also helps in facilitating student mobility. So this system is credit system is aimed at ensuring there is zero loss for the student when it comes to their studying years. And it helps ensuring uniformity and parity among and within institutions. So now let's understand the structure for an undergraduate degree under the credit system. It works in the way like for a undergraduate degree, it can either be a 3-year degree or a 4-year degree. By the end of the first year, if a student wishes to leave the institution, the student can leave with a certificate. This ensures that later if the student and the credits that the student earned in 1 year would remain. So it's a credit encashing system. It's called ABC, a bankment of academic bank of credit. So it allows students of undergraduate and postgraduate degree courses to exit the course and enter while encashing and retaining the credits that they have earned in the period of learning. And this can be retained for up to 7 years. So this gives students a scope and it gives them an area, it gives them a pillow to fall back on in case if they have to stop their education due to any reasons. So now, if a student wishes to leave, wishes to exit an institution after 1 year, we have a certificate. And if the student leaves after 2 years, he's accredited with a diploma. For 3 years, he or she gets a bachelor's degree. And 4 year is considered as the 4-year bachelor program is considered as the most idealistic program because it ensures that the student receives a holistic education, because in the 4-year degree, 1 year is dedicated to research. This research can be in the form of dissertation or any project. So this again, like the NEP envisions, it creates a spark in the student for research and more greater innovation in future. Now, if we talk about the structure for masters, it depends on the undergraduate degree and it provides different designs. So a 2-year So for students who completed a 3-year degree, they have to join a 2-year master's course. Whereas a student who completed who has a 4-year bachelor degree just have to join a master's degree of 1 year. And another very flexible option of this credit system is that students can join an institution. It's an integrated. They can do a bachelor's with integrated masters. As in 3 years, they can join at one institution and then they can transfer the credits to another institution and then complete their masters in that institution. So now let's understand. Now we've understood the system. So let's understand how the multiple entry-exit options help us. So it helps in removing rigid boundaries and facilitating new possibilities for learners. It curtails the dropout rate and improves gross enrollment ratio. It offers creative combinations of disciplines of study. Like I said, it's a very student intensive. It's student centric as it completely depends on the interest of the student of what he or she wants to learn. And then it offers flexibility in the curriculum and novel course options to students in addition to specific specialization. It offers different designs of the master's program. And most importantly, it facilitates an encashing credits earned when the learner resumes his or her program of study. So more than that, it also makes the student very versatile because with your core subjects, you're learning through elective papers. With your elective papers, you're also learning additional education courses, you're learning skill enhancement courses, which will further increase your vocational capabilities. And you're also learning, and if you choose to do your fourth year in your undergraduation, you'll be also doing a project or a dissertation. Now let's talk about the credit system, that is the choice-based credit system. So the brief of the credit system is that 1 credit equals to 15 hours of classroom engagement and 30 hours of practicals. So the main motive behind the credit system is to ensure that there's frequent curriculum revisions, there's introduction of post-credit systems, there's enhancement in the present internal assessment, and like I said before, it encourages research and reforming governance of institutions. It's also it's focused on developing free and transparent internal assessment. It, like I said before, it treats students as individuals who have their independent academic needs, and it caters to that. One of the regulatory reforms of the CBCS is that it has sought fundamental and substantive regulatory reforms in higher education by removing the old barriers and distinctions between the public and private higher education sectors.
I'll be talking about why is it needed. So the credit system is very important for us, as initially we see that there is a lack of accessibility to higher education. There are many people who do get education in schooling level, but then when it comes to higher education, you cannot actually continue for a continuous period of 3 years or 4 years. So it becomes easier for you if you have a certificate course of 1 year and then you have credit courses, and then you can take a gap, support your family if needed, or if there is other issues in your family, and you can um, give attention to that and again get back to your education and make your career accordingly. According to India's current GR, according to 2018, it was as low as 26.3%, which is very less compared to the other developed countries. India's higher education system is rife with high segmentation and specialization rates, which prevents students from having a comprehensive understanding of different concepts. When we do something which is out of our own syllabus, something different to get those credits, we also help us ourselves to build ourselves in as an individual, so that when we go out in the world, we can live as an independent person. It also helps to not only focus on what your parents want, because like Sir said, your education is sponsored by your parents, so you have to fulfill their demands also. But also aside, you can fulfill your own interests and demands and become a person that you want to be side by side. The existing system creates an employability gap. The lack of vocational skills, soft skills, and life skills reduce the chance of getting employed. We have an education system which only talks about things that are theoretical and not that practical. So there is, with these credit systems that we do those internships to get those credit systems, we actually gain the capacity to put our theoretical knowledge into practicality. It also increases versatility among students who complete all 4 years, and also it helps us, like my friend said, in the fourth year we do a research paper. So it also helps us to, on a very prior basis to start with a research paper, so that by the time you go to the point where you have to present it and you want to publish it, you are very much skilled and you have all the requirements that you need. The second part that I will be talking about is center-state relations are improved and facilitated through institutions. So the higher education system with a board of governors of each institution will be empowered to govern the institution free of any political or external interference, and make all appointments, including that of head of institutions, and take all decisions regarding governance. This also gives autonomy to the colleges or universities to take decisions under a specific scope and make their syllabus flexible according to their students, and see how they excel in those parts according to that syllabus. There are many, so to connect this with the center and state, there are many bodies that take part or play a role in it. For example, we have National Higher Education Regulatory Authority, which ensures that there is a transparency in the finances that has been provided to the university or the institution. There is National Accreditation Authority, which is tasked to provide accreditation. It also becomes a binary process to line the global practices. So under the GEC, the General Education Council, we have something called the professional standard setting bodies, which has different professional councils which help us to understand what our credits can be based on, so that everybody has a limited, and not a limited, but a particular way in which they can get those credits and attain them. The National Research Foundation is to promote high quality research. It funds, it monitors, it mentors, and it helps you build a quality research, which I also think will help us to provide more research papers from the very youth, and it will give an aspect on different points which we want to give. India to be promoted as a global, it also will help if the more the research papers we provide or we make, it will promote a global study, and it will make India to be a global destination for studies, and it will also ensure that education is at an affordable cost, and it restores it, if the country restores its role as a Vishwa Guru.
I would like to add just few points. One is that the national sample organization, if we take the current educated unemployment rate, it's almost 7%. It's because the college graduates are not do not possess the vocational skills that they require. So we have to this NEP and credit system with all of its components will ensure that the students who pass out are very versatile. They can survive and adapt to any environment and any work culture. Now let's address some loopholes and disadvantages and how to resolve them. The new policy, NEP policy, is a very radical step. It's a very revolutionary step. But we should also understand that it is idealistic in nature. It is not very practical when we consider the Indian context. So there are many functional obstacles that come in the way of the implementation. So the policy also mentions initiative of teacher learning. The policy requires teachers to formulate a clear plan to achieve its goal. And although the method of schools and assessment in schools have been improved, the evaluation is still based on evaluation, especially entrance for colleges, is still based on competitive exams, which only assess the it only tests the concepts. It does not test the skills of the student. So we are still lagging there behind. And although this policy allows learning in regional languages in school, one thing we might fall behind is it will further the gap between English and non-English learners. And it will decrease the employment opportunity for the non-English students. So it has to be thoroughly investigated and then suitable steps need to be taken. A few suggestions that we provide is that including recruitment and training for teachers. Or as the subjects are becoming more interdisciplinary and the education ministry expects by 2030, there will be almost a 50% gross and 50% growth in the gross enrollment ratio. But if we are doing that, then we also need to increase the recruitment of the teachers. We need to increase the training of the teachers. So, because we also have to mention at the end of the day, there has to be a healthy teacher to student ratio. So we can't, we have to take care that the teacher workload does not fluctuate, it does not overload. That's one aspect of it. And then selection of papers and while choosing credits can be governed by certain departments of the institution in a particular college or university. To make it more effective, guidance and counseling can be given. So the student who is confused can choose what he truly wants. And care should be taken to about the gap between central and state universities in regard to quality of education as well as availability of infrastructure at point. India is in dire need of better education infrastructure. So that can be done through partnerships. And we have to understand that the credit system is the backbone of this revolutionary education policy. And credit system right now, it may seem very advanced or complex for the existing Indian education system. Like I said, it is a radical step, it's a revolutionary step, but it has some idealistic aspects in it, which have to be addressed through practical solutions. In words of Malala Yousafzai, one word, one child, one teacher, one pen, and one book can change the world. And yes, by reforming the education system, we will change the world. We will change the education world, and we will also change the world we live in. But we need a multi-pronged approach. We need to ensure that this credit system works effectively in the Indian context. What we need to provide is a positive and an equipped educational environment where a credit system like this can take its own form. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Now we will have the team from base, that is Babasaheb Ambedkar School of Economics, presenting on promotion of Indian languages.
Once again, a very good afternoon to everybody present here. We're here to talk about the promotion of Indian languages around the NEP. And before we move on to what we're here to present today, I thought I'd give a bit of a structure to our presentation. So I'm Akshay, and this is Shrestha. And Shrestha will be introducing the role that English as a language has played in our society and how it has had an historical effect on the way our society has developed today, and why English assumes the importance that it does today in our society. She will also go on to explain why and how the NEP aims to promote Indian languages through this new policy, which has been released in 2020. She'll explain what are the features and what are the measures that the government aims to take to promote Indian languages. And lastly, she'll be explaining what the benefits will be out of this policy in the promotion of Indian languages. Now, after she's done with the benefits, we've tried to look at a few points that we don't completely agree with, or we find a little difficult in terms of implementation or in terms of the way it has been formulated. So we have a few points of contention with the three language formula and the language policy in general. I will be presenting that, and I will also be presenting a few solutions or a few methods through which these criticisms or these problems in the system could be solved. So, Shisha.
Thank you, Akshay. Good afternoon, all. Despite the fact that Indian languages have these rich and expressive scientific nature, we still take English as a medium of instruction and medium of conversation in schools and universities. So, logically speaking, English has a few advantages over the Indian languages in expressing the thoughts. Well, on the contrary, Indian languages have specifically developed over centuries to express the thoughts in the Indian scenario, let it be in terms of climate as well as culture. Moreover, Indian languages are specifically structured and they do not have to be they do not have unphonetic and complicated spelling of words. Despite such advantages over other languages, yet English is being pursued as a medium of instruction and conversation when most other technologically advanced countries have adapted or they have retained their native languages. And yet the answer for this question is that since the Indian independence, the economic elite of India have adopted English as their language. So only about 15% of the country speaks English. And this population almost entirely coincides with the economic elite. So furthermore, it is that the elite use English as a common language as a test to entry into the educational class, or let it be in case of universities and getting a job. So English is a global language and it has a significant impact on the students of India because the Indian Constitution, it considers Indian language, I mean English as one of these official languages among Hindi, Marathi, Bengali, and Tamil. So in fact, English is being taught as a compulsory subject even in the primary as well as the secondary schools. So we can agree that English is a part of the Indian education system because there are more than 1,000 Indian languages and dialects, but only 5% of Indians, they speak them as their mother tongue. So because English is also taught as a compulsory subject in schools across India. So let it be entering into or attempting for a competitive exams such as IIT, JEE, and it has been in a part of a curriculum since the beginning of our schooling in India, especially at the primary level. Also, English is the language of internet because it is so successful over the internet. It's easy to read, to comprehend, to write, as well as to search. English can also help in pursuing education in any foreign countries, and it can open multiple doors of career opportunities, help us build connections with the people around the world. So, moving on to the fact that how COVID-19 has impacted the schools across India, that school closures due to COVID-19 pandemic, it has exposed and deepened pre-existing educational inequalities around the world. So according to the UN estimates, nearly 500 million students from pre-primary to upper secondary school were unable to access any remote learning opportunities during the lockdown. So we can imagine the situation of many younger population of the countries all around the world to lose touch in English, or let it be in terms of their Indian language or their native languages. So now let us move on to what exactly National Education Policy of 2020 aims to do with respect to promotion of Indian language. So it says that mother tongue as a medium of instruction where possible, at least until grade 5, but preferably till at least grade 8. So UNESCO, so to say that it has been the leading way and advocating for multilingual education based on the mother tongue. So from the very earliest years of schooling. And research shows that learning in mother tongue is a key factor for inclusion and overall performance of any child. And it is quite crucial in the early stages, let's say in primary school, to avoid the knowledge gaps and probably increase the speed of learning and comprehension. And the second thing is that the second thing the NEP focuses on promotion of Indian language is that bilingual approach for those whose language is different from the primary medium of instructions. So the teachers will be quite encouraged to use the bilingual approach, including bilingual teaching materials, where the students having their home language is quite different from the medium of instruction, that is English, so to say. The third thing is that exposure to three or more languages in school. So the three language formula, it is being implemented keeping in mind the constitutional provisions and the state as well as the region's aspirations. They need to promote multilingualism as well as promote national unity. So again, there is a greater flexibility in this particular scenario where the three languages which is being learned by the children, they get to choose their second and the third languages. And let's say students who might be studying in grade 6 or 7, they are in a position to make their choices with regard to the language that they want to pursue. So the next point is that standardizing the sign language. So Indian sign language, it will be standardized across the country, and national and state curriculum materials developed for use by students with hearing impairment. So this inculcates a fashion of unity and economic independence. So some of the benefits that we can discuss about the promotion of Indian languages is that it preserves and enriches Indian languages to promote our culture and heritage. So endangered languages, they get a new lease of life, and that this new education policy, it aims to promote and uplift mother tongues. Second thing is that Indian languages in themselves, it is a vast troves of knowledge and information in the forms of books compiled to have formed these mathematics, philosophy, geography. And lastly, it proposes the three language formula. So it enables the learning and development of three languages simultaneously. And it helps to grow students as individuals and members of the society where they feel to be included. So to sum up, I have given the historical context of what exactly the NEP aims to do in the field of promotion of Indian language. Now my teammate will explain the criticisms and issues that the three language formula and multilingual approach to education face through the NEP 2020.
Okay. So the three language formula essentially proposes learning in the mother tongue in the early stages of education, that is up until grade 5 and possible, if possible, up until the 8th grade. Now, if you look at criticisms, we found majorly 6 points that we had a little of issues with. Now, the first one is about how English in general as a language post-independence has stood as a medium of emancipation and has stood as a medium for empowerment for a lot of marginalized communities and for a lot of communities that have not had the access or not had the resources to develop themselves and bring their communities forward. English language equals to opportunity and equals to a new shot or a new lease of life to these communities, the Dalits and scheduled tribes and scheduled castes. So when you emphasize or when you establish that early education in the beginning stages is going to be in the mother tongue, there is going to be the sense of confusion. There's going to be the sense of unwillingness to send their children to schools, send children to institutions that are going back to the previous method of having the education being done in the mother language. Because according to them, according to families of marginalized communities and Dalits, they believe that there is no future or there is no opportunity in learning their mother tongue. There is no opportunity in pursuing education in their mother tongue. They believe that English is the means to go forward. English is the only way in which they can arise out of this situation. And most higher education opportunities, both in India and abroad, are primarily conducted in English. So, reverting to our vernacular method of education will essentially prevent these groups who are less privileged, who are less likely to access capital as well. So if you look at private individuals, they have the opportunity to learn English as a separate language, train in English and develop their skills in English individually if they wish to. But for marginalized communities, their only access to English as a language is through schools. So if we re-establish mother tongues to be the medium of instruction for early ages, they will lose out on the opportunity to develop themselves and access higher education in institutions across countries, across the world. And furthermore, holding a position of power in India and outside India, English means power and English means respect. As much as we'd like not to believe that, and we wish that the world were not this way, we live in a world where English does mean some sense of respect, some sense of admiration for a person. So, since the world hasn't changed yet to a situation where we understand that language has no relationship to caliber or no relationship to the talent of a person, until we reach that stage, we have to understand that we have to retain English as a language, and we have to retain and ensure that everybody has the access to English as a language and education in English, most important. And the point that I made earlier, if early education were to be shifted to mother tongues and home languages, private individuals and people who have access to capital and resources have the opportunity to access that outside of school. They have the opportunity to train themselves in and become fluent in the English language, but these societies don't have that access. And the second point that I'm making is also correlated to the first point, as English is still looked upon as a very necessary skill by recruiters of different companies and different organizations, multinational corporations. If you look at a report that was published, the India Skill report that was published by CII and VBox, English is among the top 3 skills that employers actually look for. And a critical driver of the ITES, the Information Technology Enabled Services, and the BPO sector, which accounts for about 2.4% of our country's GDP. And 20.4% of exports. This is data from 2002 to 2003. Should be much more right now. Is that close to 100 million people were technically proficient in English. So a critical driver of this growth in ITES and BPO was the fact that 100 million people in our population were technically proficient and fluent in the English language. And if you look at it, the major states that contributed to this drive were Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Telangana, which make up for more than 60% of the ITES exports. And these states have historically had a system where they pushed English and the mother tongue and not a third language. They didn't emphasize more on the third language. It was up to the individual if they wished to learn a third language, but it was not enforced or it was not made compulsory to learn a third language. But the 3-language formula essentially argues for 3 languages to be made compulsory, the mother tongue, English, and another language, which is a little problematic. And we see that success of these states are essentially a counter argument to having 3 languages in our early education. And if you look at the example of Singapore, Singapore is not as diverse a country as we are, but if you look at it relatively, Singapore has 4 languages, 4 major languages. It has English, Tamil, Malay, and Chinese. Now, it got its independence in 1965, and the country accepted Malay as its official language, but it followed a policy where all languages, in the sense that they followed a bilingual approach and not a multilingual approach. They followed a bilingual approach where English was the main language, but the mother tongue was also given equal importance. And this English adoption allowed the country to make considerable progress in grabbing international opportunities. Singapore is now a hub of international trade and finance and organizations, and it has created a level playing field for all the linguistic groups to come together, understand each other, understand the needs, and support each other. Besides, this has also helped the country preserve its identity and preserve its indigenous identity. So this raises the point that there is unity in diversity, in the sense that you don't have to know all languages to ensure that the country stays intact. But if you have a sense of respect and understanding of how languages operate, of how societies operate, I think that is even better than having actual knowledge about a language. And please remember and understand that we are not here saying that the English has a greater economic reward, so we should pursue that and disregard mother tongues. The economic reward of being proficient in English should not be confused as it being superior over other languages, which is saying that at this point of time in our country, English does assume a larger importance in terms of trade, in terms of how people operate, how opportunities are presented with different languages. And the government needs to create visible opportunities in regional languages and then start pushing the three language policy so that people understand that there is value in learning a third language, in learning in the mother tongue. And since we're now, the third point is now since we're economic students, to present a little bit of data, the government expenditure on education as a percentage of GDP has been stagnant over the last 5 years. We've had 4.1% in 2015, 4.3, 4.3%, 4.4, 4.4, and 4.5%, which is very stagnant when you consider education being the driver for growth in a particular country. Now, the lack of adequate support systems and adequate infrastructure in our country to support the three language policy is an indicator of the fact that we are not ready yet to take up the three language policy. And if you look at it, the early age spending, the government expenditure in India on early childhood education, ECE, for children between the ages of 3 and 6 years is a mere 0.1% of the GDP. So when we don't have the infrastructure and when we're still not ready to develop a society in a sense where we have three languages being learned simultaneously, I don't think it's a wise idea to pursue such a policy in NEP, whereas focus should be on other aspects such as multidisciplinary aspects of the course, different credit systems and vocational training. I think that could be given more importance. And if you look at it, India has a very low teacher to child ratio as well. If you look at it, about 1.1 lakh schools in India are single teacher entities, and a total of 19% schools in the country lie vacant teacher positions, and in the rural areas it goes to about 69%. So when we're in a situation like this, when we're in a dire situation like this, I think more importance and more focus should be given to skills and training training students in different multidisciplinary skills, and languages can be given importance when we reach a stage where we have the space and we have the opportunity to understand different languages. There's also the other aspect about how we live in multilingual societies right now. We live in different. Let's just take the city we're in right now, for example, Bangalore. Bangalore has a population that comes from different parts of the country. We have Punjabis, we have Tamils, we have Malayalis, we have people from different parts of the country coming to Bangalore. Now, if the state wishes to implement NEP and emphasizes the mother tongue of the state to be the medium of education, this is going to cause a lot of difficulty for students from different backgrounds, different parts of the country to understand, and it's going to create a lot of logistical issues in any city in our country, any metropolitan city in our country for that matter, Bangalore, Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, and Kolkata. We have families that come from different parts of the country. So adapting a multilingual approach right now would not be the wisest solution. So what we're essentially trying to present today is how English has assumed a historical importance in our society, and how the NEP wishes to introduce and promote Indian languages, which is a great thing, and the benefits that come out of it. But we also have to understand that as a country and as a society, we might not be ready yet to take up the multilingual approach and take up the three language policy. We could surely look at it when we are established as an educational giant first, and then as a multilingual education giant later on. Thank you.
So, we actually have the two teams, which is on optimal learning and on internationalization post-launch. If both the teams, post-launch is good.
We'll have 40 minutes. Will be
Yeah.
late for lunch. Right?
Again, we have enough food for thought already, so we'll have food and then get back if you're all okay. Is that okay? Alright, okay.
We should thank both the team for allowing us to have lunch.
They practically give you an optimal environment for having lunches. Alright, okay. So the two teams will be talking on optimal environment and on optimal learning environments and on internationalization. We also request, we have arranged for lunch. We have our people who are outside who will guide you to the way. And also just make sure you network over lunch. And we will also have multidisciplinary talks over lunch too. Yeah. We'll see all of you at lunch. you and your team, and please answer them, and we will go by the same order that we started from the morning. That's starting from my right, ending with the left.
Eating any shall I call you back?
Oh, all right. Yeah, perfect.
Thank you, sir.
What's that? Okay, so we're having our team from NLSIU representing on optimal learning environments. Floor is yours.
So we had two questions. One was talking about how holistically optimal learning environment can impact, and what is the role of pedagogy and curriculum. I'll be taking the first question, like how holistically optimal learning environment can impact and how we can see in a line of NEP. And Saloni will be taking the next question. So I would like to start my discussion on a previous group that just talked about how language can be seen according to NEP and how language can not be a part of at this moment. I think that's what the optimal learning environment is talking about in NEP, to create an environment where we can actually include all these barriers, even from include these diversity. When you talked about inequality, equity, when we talked about disability, when we talk about people coming from a very diverse background, want to learn agriculture, want to learn artistic nature, these I personally believe that just because we are not ready, we should not take an attempt is not a right way to approach certain problem. We need to develop a constructive framework or based on a constructivism ideology, which actually leads to some outcomes, some sets of outcome, which eventually convert into impact and aligning with the vision of NEP. So recently I was going through a newspaper and I just got to know that 62.9% students get dropout from higher education. And the dropout is mostly related to the background they come, the kind of a language they speak, the kind of a barrier they face into an institutional setup. And these barriers, it's quite evident that our institutions are not very inclusive enough. We just want to integrate people in our system. We are not creating an environment which is inclusive, which is very much optimal towards every need, every disadvantage of their students. So, and even if you look into the current 21st century skills, where we talk about the TVET international framework to measure the vocational education and training, and the 5C according to the 21st century skill, that is critical thinking, creativity, communication, collaboration, and computational skills, which are the leading 21st century skills on demand at a global level. India, in that context, are very far behind. But I feel like, according to the Global Brooklyn Foundation, I guess, which just said that we are 100 years behind the developing countries in reaching the educational outcome. And so when we see these kind of challenges, and NEP talking about the optimal learning environment where we are majorly focusing on pedagogical aspect, social aspect, managerial aspect, and technical aspect of a institutional setup. These are a very important aspect which can leverage actually which can actually bring the change in the pedagogy and curriculum when we talk about the learning outcome at a higher education level. This is also definitely this is a part of a primary education level, because that's where the children start to learn. That's where the environment is a very critical contributor to the learning of student. But also we should not neglect that how environment is very much important for the higher education as well. So when you look into the NEP document, they are majorly focusing on a 4 category. That is, first, they are talking about the autonomy and innovation aspect. When you say autonomy and innovation, it is related to both, towards the faculty and towards the student as well. For the faculty, it's required to develop a not very innovative, but some innovation, some learning modules which is relevant to your student, which is relevant to your class, which is relevant to your learners, which might be coming from a different background, different disability, different learning paces. So that's where the curriculum and the pedagogy innovation plays a very important role. But at the same time, you have to provide a space where the children can innovate, where, like, there is a very famous Soviet philosopher Lev Vygotsky, which talk about the proximal zone of development, which says that how your peers, how your environment play a very much important role in your learning, in your creativity. Just not in a controlled environment, but also as an innovative environment. We need to expand our vision towards that. We need to think how we can encourage participation at classroom level. And again, coaching and modeling has always been a part of curriculum and curriculum design. Another major important angle which NEP talk about, the institutional development. When we were starting our conversation, this Chetan sir talked about the continuous professional development and teacher education. Now you look into India, we have very famous SCRT, CMAT, DIET institutions. We have UGC, we have accreditation centers, accreditation council. But how much innovation do we see in those institutions? They have been there since independence and they have been functioning in the same manner. So definitely there is a need of institutional reform. Institutional reform just not as a process, but at a human level as well. How much human resources we have, how much capable people, how much managerial people we have working in the same direction, working towards the same goal, with the same capability, same sets of capability, not from a diverse background. Definitely, we do need diversity, but we need expert also in these institutions to revamp our education curriculum. The third aspect they talk about the social and economical disadvantage. Now we all, I think three category here talked about the social and economical disadvantages. It means that, I mean, we do have reservation, we do have a lot of different quotas and different facilities to bring out people from different background. But I think now moving to a 21st century, these are just the minimal that the education institution are doing. You need to create, you need to facilitate those advantages, right? When you're bringing someone from a disabled background, you need to provide them that accessibility to leverage them. If you're bringing somebody from a different disadvantaged social caste or social class who doesn't know how to speak in English, who come from a very tribal area, who know his regional language, do the university or the government institute have that facility where have that faculty, even not the facility is a far behind thing, but do you have the faculty that represent that community, that represent that marginalization, that people from different disabled background, people from different marginalized background? Because that's kind of a social capital that you build in an institution. And if a person lack a social capital, it's of course it's hamper his self-esteem, it's hamper his collaboration with different peer, and it's an overall environment effect. The next NEP is addressing is the online distance learning. Now, I got to know just in the morning that ODL play a 50% of your GER. And that's a huge number. When we were in the beginning, we were talking about we just have 26% of GER, and here we have 50% GER, and we are failing to utilize this kind of an outcome. And I think it's somewhere also affect a global ranking also, because when a person I do believe that when somebody is taking ODL, like we have so many MOOC, like the massive online courses we use the certification course, we learn, definitely we learn, it doesn't go in waste. But suppose you're learning doing some DLED, BLED program from a distance learning, you're producing a research component and you're not able to put it anywhere. Nobody knows what kind of a quality it is. Maybe it's a very good material, but it's not accessible to everyone. It means we lack the repository in online distance learning. And this can be looked into that way, that these kind of a reform we need to bring when we are setting up this kind of an ambition, like where we are still struggling to achieve foundational learning and outcome. But at least we have a NEP which is quite visionary. We need to develop some set of steps, milestone to achieve. And I think these are very important component to be included. The another part I wanted to talk about why optimal learning environment is very much important, because it's related to holistic development. Holistic development is specifically to support students, nurture them, take care of their emotional well-being, and make them feel like they're a part of a community. They are participating in an institutional environment, rather than, and it definitely affect their learning outcome, rather than leading to a control environment where a teacher is coming to the class or a professor coming to the class and just teaching them read this, read that. Because I myself, under graduation, I have done an engineering, And I come from a Hindi, literally Hindi. I have learned till my 12th. My whole language was Hindi. And transitioning to from Hindi to English in a electrical engineering course was a very much difficult transition for me. Now I think here, look back, I think if the institution would have a humanities department, yeah, humanity department, that would have helped me to bridge my knowledge gap and would have helped me to like communicate, understand the topics in a better manner. So these are the drawbacks that I have identified in general in practicing when it comes to optimal learning outcome. If you ask my opinion about OLE in NEP, I think it's quite ambitious and we don't have any framework to achieve. The solution could be those things can be like to create first for, because we have a major chunks in ODL, we need to have a repository system for like learning management system for ODL, and where we can actually put our research component, because for the global ranking, research quality and citation are the parameters to judge any institution or any country. And apart and some fellowship programs at a higher level, a higher education school, that can help, because we see that when how Gandhi Fellowship Program or any program that works in community level and its primary level, it makes a lot of changes. It's actually help in fulfilling the human resources. So can at a higher education level, we can have a associate fellowship program kind of a model which help students, which actually broaden the faculty horizon, where people from a diverse background come and actually addressing the problem. I would lead the mics to Saloni, and we can talk about pedagogy.
Sure. Hi everyone. So while I was working on optimal learning environment, I wanted to see what does the transition look like from National Education Policy in 1986 to the National Education Policy in 2020. So I realized that there was no section, no mention of optimal learning environment in the National Education Policy of 1986. At that time, as a country, we were struggling to even have optimum level of enrollments. We were struggling to even include marginalized communities to come and attend schools. Higher education was even far behind. Even now, it is very, very far behind. So, focusing on how to create an environment in which effective learning happened was not up agenda back then. But when we discuss national education policy, it is definitely a point in merit that apart from focusing on how to increase enrollments and improve the reach, they are trying to at least mention what are the aspects that would create an ecosystem where the learning effectively happens. So the shift from efficiency to getting more and more students into schools, students into colleges, the focus is now shifting on how do we have learning that is effective. So internationally, the three sort of points that are considered as rudimentary aspects of an optimal learning environment are that we need to create environments that are emotionally, intellectually, and physically safe environments. Now, this is a very, very important point because we see a lot of students in the higher education are succumbing to academic stress. They are under a lot of depression. We almost see a lot of students committing suicides. So, creating an environment that is emotionally supportive to the students is very, very important. But sadly, NEP doesn't. It does mention that we need to support our students who are engaging in the higher education domain, but it's not operationalizing it, saying that every college or every higher education must have a cell or they will be given counseling sessions or something like that. So I think we are lagging behind operationalizing. The second aspect is that we need to provide equitable, culturally responsive and rigorous curriculum and instruction, which is the aspect that I'm talking about, the curriculum and pedagogy bit, how working on what we are teaching and how we are teaching can ensure effective learning happens. And the third is that are we meeting the needs of diverse learners? A point that my teammate really stressed upon very well. So, my reflection upon these three domains is that NEP does mention these three domains fleetingly, but it focuses upon the second domain, which talks about rigorous curriculum and instruction. So, when I would start with pedagogy. Now, what is pedagogy? Pedagogy is simply the science of teaching. How do you go about teaching? What is it that you do to make sure learning happens? Now, before we go on to see how teaching happens, we must know that there are four types of learners. So to ensure that the students are learning, you need to understand how is it that learning happens. So learning typically happens in four of these manners. First of all are auditory learners. They are learning by way of instruction. When you are teaching to them, they are hearing, and that is how the learning happening. That is how the learning is happening through verbal instructions or audio recordings. The second are the tactile learners, and they are acquiring information through movements. That is why there has also been a thrust on using certain props and charts and visual aids and educational aids, because not all kind of learners are able to grasp information in a auditory manner. The third manner is the visual learners, people who want to see the information, and then that would make them connect to the information, and the learning would happen in a visual manner. And the fourth is reading and writing learners, a mode that in our education system we really stress upon. People need to do their homework, they need to read their chapters, they need to write in an exam. So this is the mode. So in an ideal setting, the pedagogy should be a mix of all these four types of learning that is happening through auditory means, tactile means, visual means, and reading and writing means. But at this point in time, I think reading and writing learners is what is the ecosystem is stressing upon, because we do not have a lot of learning aids or practical exposure, at least at the higher education level. So the pedagogy would typically have three aspects: the curriculum, or basically the content, what you're teaching. Second is the methodology, or the way how you're teaching it, the four types of methodology that I stressed. I would be discussing some types of methodology next. And the techniques for socializing children, because not all learning can happen in the mode of a teacher to student equation. It can also happen through students learning amongst themselves, experimenting. So talking about the methodology bit, there are a lot of methodology of how you can teach. The first is a constructivist methodology, which is an innovation approach where students are very much present in gaining and understanding knowledge. They are involved in devising their academic curriculum. And this is also something that NEP mentions, that institutions must be given some level of autonomy. Interestingly, when you go back to the draft NEP, it mentions the institutions would be given complete autonomy. But when it comes to the final NEP, it says the institution would be given some autonomy. Now, some of you may not agree with institutions having autonomy over their curriculum, but I think that is a very, very important approach to have, because not all institutions and all classes are at the same level of learning. When you have certain standardized goals of learning that you have, students and teachers must be given a freedom to select the course materials that they would want to do. Something that NLS also does, a few select teachers would have introductory classes in telling us what are the reading materials or course curriculum documents that they have planned, and students have the autonomy of making suggestions. If they feel that they have read a book or referred to some article, or there is some aspect which is closely linked to the subject which should be included in the subject areas, then that should happen. But sadly, I'm sure that that is not the case with a lot of higher education institutions. It was not the case with at least my graduation college. So that is something that we must keep in mind. Next is that, is your learning collaborative? Is the only learning happening through a teacher-student means where teacher is teaching and the student is learning? Do you have enough components inbuilt the pedagogy where collaborative learning is happening? So you have group works, you have projects, presentations where students work amongst them and the learning happens by peer learning. That is something we need to stress upon. I would like to focus on the fifth part here, which is inquiry-based learning. Inquiry-based learning, when you start off with a question that interests you and the learning is self-driven. Of course, the teacher is there to guide you, but the student takes charge of the learning. That is also a type of learning which is absent from the higher education ecosystem. As I already mentioned about the curriculum bit, the curriculum is one thing that we need to focus on. I would like to just make a quick comment with respect to open distance learning. In open distance learning, we are not in a typical classroom where the teacher has the freedom to, decide the pedagogy or have assessment patterns or, give group works. So the curriculum takes a much more important role there, because typically all of the learning is happening through the curriculum that is being shared with the student. So an appropriate learning management software with the use of new age skills, having animation videos or having regular formative tests at certain point in time can make sure that open distance learning is becoming effective for the students. I think I would like to end here by saying that teaching, as some of my fellow mates mentioned, that teaching should be an ongoing effort. We must innovate in the teaching methodologies, in how we deliver information, and we must move apart from the traditional mode of teaching, where teaching is typically happening through a blackboard or through a teacher taking the lead. I think it's time that, at least in the higher education domain, where we are already coming with a certain set of skill set and certain knowledge, it is students who should take the lead in what should be taught and how it should be taught. And the assessment pattern should also be not a very typical pen paper examination sort of a situation, because that does not make you build the skills that you need going forward in the industry. So the pedagogy and the curriculum should also take cognizance of the fact that there should be greater industry academia and linkages between the curriculum. I would like to end it here.
Just want to add one more point here, that is institutions should also have a career counseling zone as well, because when we are talking about multidisciplinary course in a multilingual environment, we need to have a career counseling setup as well, which guide a student if they want to change their field, where they want to go, because that's how we're gonna achieve the actual outcome. That's how we're gonna look into the employment domain. But this also leads to a very political controversy also, because in India, the government institutes are not that well funded, and private institutes have that space to like create such optimal learning environment. So I think here we actually need a political balance as well to leverage government institutions, because that is more accessible to students who come from a disadvantaged background. So that's how the government fund can be utilized in developing OLE in government institution, balancing the private sector as well.
Thank you, team. Now we will have the team from Synthesis, which will be talking on internationalization of higher education.
So I would like to start this by saying that multiple people in this room has already pointed out the problems that we have in our previous education system. Like, it doesn't inculcate in us the necessary skills which we need to participate effectively in the workforce. So what is happening is that we are investing a certain amount of time, a certain amount of money into getting our education, but it is not serving us effectively. So what internationalization is doing is basically it is creating an environment where multiple ideas, cultures, then thought processes, everything is coming together and they are mixing up, interacting with each other. And this is basically broadening people's point of view and making even the youth aware of the global demands and the trends which are going around. What is happening is that the youth, we are understanding that the number of opportunities that we have in front of us and how we can achieve all those goals. This is also helping us in clearing up any misunderstanding or any stigma which we have in regards to certain career fields. So, so next we'll be discussing like what are the elements that goes on into creating this holistic environment. So there are two things which comes into play over here. One is setting up foreign institutions, making them collaborate with the Indian institutions over here. And two is like having foreign nationals coming to India for their studies. What is happening in this thing is that, as I mentioned before, multiple point of views, cultures, they are coming together. They are, as people are interacting, we are changing our own perspective and point of views. So this is all about internationalization. Now, while I was going through the documents, it felt like, okay, everything is like dreamlike. So we just need few institutions coming here and then problem will be solved. But then the questions comes into mind that the foreign universities who are supposed to come here to set their branches and all, why would they come here? What are the advantages that they will be having by coming here? Because Indian government, they have already stated that in order to open their branch over here, they have to be at least in the top 100 of the ranking. And for training up, they need to be 500. Now, India itself doesn't like have that good score in the QA's system. So why would a foreign university come here and collaborate with us? So I think in order to solve this issue only, the government of India, they have planned to like give certain amount of autonomy to these institutions. And this is where one of the major problems start appearing. So in the NEP, there was no mention of fees. Like they have already, they have told about scholarships, about how the scholarships will be given, but there was no fee cap which is mentioned over here. What happens with this is that uh, the foreign institutions, they can like keep as much fee as they want. And then even after like giving scholarships, there would be a certain section of people who would not be able to join these institutions. So the question that was given to me was that will internationalization help with transformative and sustainable higher education? The answer is yes, because we are having like a broader perspective and we are understanding a lot, learning a lot. But the problem with this autonomy and a no fee cap is that the effectiveness that would come with internationalization, it would be stuck only to a limited section of the people. It won't be homogenized. Uh, Another thing is that when we talk about internationalization, we mostly talk about the foreign universities only. We don't give that much attention to the foreign nationals who are coming and staying in India for education. So, as per the recent data, we can find that less than 1%, like the foreign nationals who come and stay in India, they represent less than 1% of the total student population. So NEP talks about bringing them to India and creating an environment which was there during Nalanda and Texas, but no, Takshila, sorry. Yeah, Nalanda and Takshila. But the NEP doesn't go through any particular studies to show that why these people are coming here and for pursuing what kind of courses are they coming here. So if a study like this is present, then it will be easy for us to understand that in which part of the education system we need to work more upon in order to bring these people back to us. And another thing is that if we do engage in internationalization, one point which people don't really look out is that it will also stop the Indian students, like the Indian nationals, from going abroad and studying. And with this, we will actually be helping our economy as well as will be saving the brain drain from happening. In one RBI report, it mentioned that India has spent like 5 billion INR in foreign exchange rate. So if we can stop the Indian nationals from going abroad, and if we create like an educational hub in India, it will be really helping us with our economy as well. Further, it will also help us in broadening our soft power, because if the foreign nationals come here and stay with us for a certain amount of time, they themselves would be like having like formulating certain perspectives about India. So when they finish their education and plan on going abroad or like going back to their country, they would obviously be carrying certain Indian sentiments which will be useful for our policy.
Okay, so adding on to what Shani said, one more point is that internationalization would help because Indian universities and Indian institutions would have to push up the quality of education once the foreign institutions start coming into India. So that will actually improve the all around, all over situation of education in India. Now, moving on to the next question. How ready are employers and society to accept graduates from these courses? So, the question of acceptance and holding degrees and certificates from foreign universities in high regard, that question actually comes after the completion of the certificates. So, for that, there are two aspects. First of all, the society will accept, and second, the employers will accept. And both these things play off each other. If the employers see that society holds certain degrees and educational certificates in high regard, then they will include them in the recruitment process. it goes in the other way, as if the employers, if the graduates from these courses are getting good jobs and getting placed, then the respect for these courses are going to go up in society. So that's how acceptance gets built. Now, the other aspect is that the policymakers and the people who make the policy, they need to tell the employers and corporates that you have to include these new courses, these graduates in your recruitment process. You have to put them somewhere in there. So the new graduate courses will need to be placed on a scale and is required to be ranked among the existing courses. Examination systems will be required to change to understand and assess the skills of the new graduates. You'll have to create a scale on which to understand, okay, this is a new degree, how do we rank them against the old one? Where do we put them? Where do we place them? After that, the other point that I have for acceptance is that the policymakers will have to do a massive outreach and a lot of awareness activities. So this is going to be an ongoing process. It's not going to be just, you can just start it and end it. It will need to continue on. Okay, moving on to my next point. This is something that our traditional education system till now has not addressed, which is our education system till now, it's been, first of all, it's very rigid. You don't get any time to think for yourself. You're not trained in any other way. You're very much into what, if you're studying science, you're just studying science. That's all you know. And the workload is also this much that students don't really get time to even take care of themselves or to build even social skills. This needs to change. So what this leads to is that by the time the students are through 12 years of education in India, all they know is how to, like, they're spoon fed. That's the system that we've been. But the moment that they leave the school, the education system, that support is not there. So it goes from one extreme to the other extreme. It goes from is that it makes you dependent on the system so much, and after that, once you're out of the system, nothing is there. There's no support. So NEP needs to address this in the sense it needs to bridge the gap between making a person skills, empowering that person, equipping that person, and also bridging that area, bridging that space from educating the person to the person getting a job. Not just making the person employable, but actually that path needs to be paved. The last point that I have is how reforms such as this can be done. So for such reforms can only happen with a lot of outreach, deliberations and discussions with all the concerned stakeholders. Can only succeed if the policymakers reach out and create that bridge. Only if graduates are able to find respect and acceptability in the society will the system survive. Only if the graduates are eventually able to find good jobs and all, only then will the foreign universities, the degrees that they give, will be accepted in the society. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we go open house, let's just hear a few feedback, like initial thoughts and initial feedback and thought about each and everything once, and then we have.
Yeah, so let me give some 3 minutes or less than that overview, because I think one good thing is that you all sort of limited yourself to the time. I think Kritika's timer did not have much role to play because everybody had. That's a very good testimonial of the coming in of the young generation that is limiting to time, because it's very difficult at some time of our life to manage time. Because it's always saying that can you get one more minute? might have seen in seminars and conferences, right? 1 moment, yes. So, and also the organizing team has thought through that 20 minutes is good sort of time to share your perspectives. I'm sure you also appreciate that. So good, thank you for that very important an invitation that you set for yourself. So I think we had range of perspectives. When we have this counter arguments, I would suggest if whoever is making the first sort of question to our team from National Law School, Sidra and Anju, please ask those questions in the context of, because what I hear is one, acknowledgement and appreciation to the policy on one side. On the other, critique to the policy. It is very important both ways. But what are the solutions to your critics? Because we should not fall into the vicious cycle of problematizing the problem. I think that is one of the biggest curse of social sciences is problematizing the problem. So how do you actually provide solution to the problem? So your counter arguments, your response to those arguments could be aligned to that. And I think that is what is required to give a direction to Karnataka's implementation plan. Because these are some issues which are already being discussed at a faculty level, student level, etc. The third aspect is at some point, since most of you did not get time to read the draft, the rationale for which you are making the critique or even supporting that particular point is largely underplayed at this point. And it's not wrong, but it is your perspective, no issues. But there's always going back and reflecting upon it. Especially, I'm not saying one or other team, but issues which are cross-connected. Right? So starting from, so I was tempted to ask a team from base, are you looking at language as medium of instruction or language as a subject? So that's, for example, I'm just sharing your example because language has been a nationwide debate. So it's easy to sink in. It's not that others have not been clear or unclear, but I'm just using that example. So pitching that argument around what is your intervention at this point? Is it language as a medium of instruction or language as a subject? Because promotional language is broad. So your critique was in between these two. And maybe hence it needs further refinement, and I'm sure you have thought through, but because of the jugalbandi, sometimes it happens at one place better, the other one is lost in the other person's music, but it's okay. But now in the counter arguments, these things are supposed to come out. And that is something which is going to be helpful to other points that you raised. I think one point that you raised about we should have equity and support and inclusivity right from school so that we don't see this in higher education as a problem. Good idea. So I would say I call for the sake of discussion as a proposal. How to make it happen? That is very, very important. So as public policy students and researchers and learners in this domain, how and other disciplines also, how to make it happen? That's definitely a good idea, right? So that's another thing which can come in the discussion. So next few minutes, if we can really burn the calories that we have gained to add to the work of government's role in implementing, that will be very, very helpful. And the last point is with regard to internationalization. For example, again, as an example, see what happens is when we look at internationalization as an entity by itself, which we have done in the past few decades, and that was a problem. But looking at internationalization as a cross-cutting theme with other 7 themes would be also another way of looking at optimal learning. We are borrowing a lot from West, East, and various parts of the world, how to optimize learning. And that is also what we're discussing in lunch, that it is not by self-interest, but it is by imposition, because world rankings tells us to do that. And that's one of the parameters to measure how do you stand in terms of quality and excellence. Like, for example, use of technology in education. Of course, we had to wait for COVID to tell us, but still, before that, whatever we used to do because there was a metric to measure institutions' quality based on the use of technology, which we used to call earlier as ICT. Right? So, hence, internationalization is a sort of a pressure on institutions to align to, on one hand. On the other hand, it cuts across all the 7 core themes. Right? So, that is perspective should be very helpful to reflect upon. Maybe in your counter arguments you can link it. So keep these things in mind because we are really looking for what you have done to translate that into action. And fortunately, we have that network for advocacy here because of Dr. Joshi, who addressed you at 12 today, and my little role that I have linkages to Dr. Kasturi Rangan, so we can definitely bring it to his notice. And he is a person of detail. He can even write a letter to the minister saying these are the thoughts. I'm just saying, we should not be less of aspiration. We should always look for something as an outcome. But bring those perspectives in discussion. That's my only request. Rest, I will leave it to your brain to engage with the counter questions. Let's definitely not replicate the parliament or discussion here, but counter arguments are structured brainstorm. Structured brainstorm, it's not unstructured. So please develop that thought process and let your questions be very directed, very specific, so that we have action points. So at the end of today's discussion, if we can have a 10-point agenda to share, this is thematically this other thing, that would be something very important. Okay, so I'll leave it to you.
So these are a brochure that is given to you. It directs your question to the team, and the respective teams will be taking that down, and you have 1 minute to have your questions. So we'll start with one of the teams and choose who is going to be the person who's going to be talking for the question. So just to ask the question. Just state your question, the theme, and
How many rounds will be there?
one round so now, and then answer. Okay. So let's start. Kritika, ready with the time also. Okay, do you need 2-3 minutes to note down your questions? Yeah. Or are you all ready?
Especially for the last team, they don't have time to think it. They have maximum time. Directly. I don't know about that. ಹಂಗಾದ್ರೆ ನೀರು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ friends will also have some.
Yeah, if anyone of you also have questions, you can also be talking. Yeah.
Sanjana will have one. Start with.
If someone already has, just raise your hand. We'll start with you.
Yeah, Sanjana will see. And papers.
This paper to be
Okay, one more. This so what are this? Thank you. English communication. I already want. You have without a features. And the so, into the popular place, so,
Get mics here and this corner of the mic there. Green, okay. Just hold your question there.
Yeah, is this okay? Yeah, that's fine. Stand. Camera will turn towards you. That's okay. Yeah, actually, this is pretty convenient because I had a question for you guys regarding the languages. One of your solutions to the languages was learning about the area more than learning the language itself. And my question to you would be sort of learning about the culture is being immersed in the culture. And when you're immersed in the culture, you kind of need to know the language in order to understand the culture itself. So when you're barriering yourself from the language that you're not being taught, or there's not any effort being made to learn the language, how are you going to help? How are you going to be more immersed in the culture itself? Because when you did say that other people will find it difficult to come from different states and like live in Bangalore, such Karnataka, for example, you need to understand how the culture of Karnataka works in order to thrive in Karnataka, right? So learning the language, I do feel, is a very important aspect, even if it might not be reading and writing, at least talking and understanding, so that you can communicate and learn the culture. So I just wanted to understand how your thoughts and aspects of that part of the question.
So, addressing the part about it being a barrier if the language is not learned, I personally know a lot of people who know a lot of languages but don't understand the emotions that come with those languages, the societal conditions under which the language emerges. And I also know a lot of people who don't know how to speak specific languages but understand the culture of that people. They might not know how to speak Malayalam, but they know how people from Kerala work, what is their history been, what are the movements that they've come across, what are the things that they struggle for. So when I mean you have to study the culture rather than studying the language, I'm not saying you shouldn't study the language. It's always great to study a language. If you want to understand the culture, even better, you can always study the language. We're not saying that it's better to do something. We're just saying under the existing circumstances, under government-funded schools and under the infrastructure that the government has right now, it's a little difficult for the government to spend money, or I don't even know if it's difficult or it's something about them unwilling to spend funds. It's just that the infrastructure right now doesn't exist to learn a particular language. So it would rather be better that you understand the culture and the societies of these things, and if you're even interested further, then you can obviously learn the language. There's no barrier.
All these are ready. Can we start from an elephant? You have 1 minute and the time should start now.
My first question is towards teacher education group. You said the basic problem, the fundamental problem is of accountability regarding teachers. I just wanted to know, can we brainstorm as to how to bring those accountability standards in current framework? What kind of solutions can we have regarding that particular aspect of it? I have to ask questions after question. Is that right? And the second question.
This is the same team, but others also.
Yeah, sure. My second question actually was to the same group. It was very interesting. You put forth the point about the interaction between technology and teacher, and about introducing a sort of code of conduct in the teacher framework. So, how do you envision interaction between these three values going forward? If we were to bring those aspects into NEP. My
Okay, so
No, once you just note them down, we'll go with the questions once and then you can answer. So that when you have time. The second group.
So,
Thanks.
yeah, first question is to Sudhir. So he told about taking jobs after their parents, like a farmer's son should become a farmer. So isn't like a bit like Varna system, and are we going to the ancient times? So are we modernizing or going back? So that's the question. And the next question is to the language. So you know the language problem in many states like Tamil Nadu, and there was a big protest in 1965 on regarding this. So what do you think about that? Is it really moving forward? Should it really be included in the NEP 2020? And another question is that the regional languages, like they are being translated from all the English books should be translated from English to Hindi. So is it like dividing the gap, and we are also talking about internationalization. So is it really necessary for us? That's the question.
Teacher answer.
Yeah. So I had a question to the optimal learning environment group. So they suggested that full autonomy be given to universities. So my question to them was, won't full autonomy ruin the quality of the degree, as they can add anything and remove anything?
That's just one. Oh, thank you. The next team commence.
1 minute for entire team or 1 minute for?
1 minute per person because we both are from different units.
So my question is to the digital optimal learning. So my question is that the culture of learning from home, like we say ODL. So is it relevant or today, or you think it's just for time pass? So that's my question. Just want to know about this.
So my question first to the multidisciplinary team is how will this multidisciplinary education will be rationalized in current education system? Like if we are introducing this, how will the current teachers who are being trained in this traditional method how will they be accommodated in this? Second, it was to teach teacher education was that how do you propose relearning of education? How in primary education, like how like in schools from like first to sixth class, how do you propose that we should train teachers like how like I don't how they will be trained for the upcoming of the future credit system and all those things. That's my question is for the optimal learning teams. And that is, you guys talked a lot about higher education, but you guys talked about higher education, but what about optimal learning in the primary education system?
The next team presents. Yeah.
First question is to the equity and inclusion team. So what is the scope of NEP 2020 when it comes to the inclusion of students who are physically and mentally challenged? And my next question is about language, but it's directed towards the multidisciplinary team, because you made a statement that learning regional languages is kind of difficult and it is like against it. But when you're a student and when you live in a new city, I guess the advantages of learning the local language trumps the difficulty. And it's not like you're learning the text, it's just you're learning the fundamental aspects of it. And I think under NEP, you're just learning it for 1 semester. So I don't see how that's difficult.
Thank you. The next team from base.
Our question is to the equity and inclusion team. It was lovely that you brought up how sex education wasn't mentioned in the NEP, and I think it's a very relevant topic, and I think it must be discussed more. Do you have a solution or a mode of an alternative as to how you believe sex education should be implemented in curriculums across schools in India? Because we're a very conservative and traditional society as of now. We're not as liberal and as progressive as we'd like to be. So, how do you suggest that we inculcate this in our programs?
Our team from NFS.
I have 3 questions. First question is to the language group. You mentioned that the 3 language approach is not appropriate for a student who's in a grade 2 or in grade 3, because you have to make a choice, or he can opt for, or maybe they can opt for. How do you think that a student from a grade 2 is cognitive enough to take such decision? Or even a grade 5 student is cognitive enough to take a decision like which language he wants to take, and how the environment will not be a major contributing factor to that decision. Another question I have the internationalization group is that the process that you mentioned for internationalization, how do you think is the process is affordable and accessible to the people who belong to the marginalized community? And what role the government or the local bodies can play in achieving those processes? The last question I have the teacher education group.
National per se or
Sorry?
local?
Local body, like a district level education institution, can play an important role in accessing those grants or those process it. Can I ask? So the teacher education, you mentioned about the accountability part. You know that there is a need assessment happen. I mean, our NEP is talking about teacher need assessment, but it's not in a full-fledged. So when it comes to accountability, there is a very much important aspect to understanding the need of teacher at the first place. How do you think that the NEP can address the need assessment of a teacher?
Just small. Can we ask them to repeat questions once again when we're answering them?
Yeah.
My question is to the vocational education and skill development team. You spoke about reservation for certain endangered arts and how they need to be brought into the mainstream. So there are many such art forms, dance forms, press, etc. So creating an artificial demand for them and creating an economy, like you said, do you think people will accept it, it will get picked up, or it will just remain a permanent government subsidized thing?
Yeah. Come here the mic. The question is for the language group. Don't you think the documents will be in the mother tongue, and if they don't go through the basic state language, they'll miss out the jobs and opportunities, etc. in the future? Does anyone else have any question?
So yeah, I just answered a question. So the teachers' education, right? So recently we see that like states like West Bengal, even my state Tripura, so they prefer B.Ed M.Ed courses to become a teacher. So do you think it's important still to become a teacher because people are somehow buying certification degrees? So I believe it's a great threat. So or you believe in extra times to be private?
Can we start with addressing these questions first? We'll have about 2.5 to 3 minutes. Oh, we go to individual questions. Yeah.
So this again to the qualification of teachers. You said that teachers also need training and qualification, certain level of requirements to become a teacher. But you also know that there are teachers that have no qualifications that end up being the best teachers for students. And you also have to understand how students have certain environments that they thrive in. Teachers also have certain environments that they thrive in. So when you make the qualification of saying some teachers need to also work into the field, some teachers are purely research based. I can relate to this because my math teacher is a purely sort of theoretical math teacher, and he teaches theory pretty well. But when it comes to practical, that is one of his weaker sides. But when it comes to the theory part of math, he is very efficient in that. So my question to you would be, how should those requirements go? Because requirements are not the end all be all the same way. Marks are not the end all be all for all students. Certain teachers thrive in certain situations like students, right? So how would you tackle that?
Thank you for the question, Chirag. Is there anyone else from the observers? Go on, Ashwin, yes. Please step close. So my question is for credit system. The conceptualization among the students and teachers about CBCS is vague. Proper basic knowledge about the system is still not available at various places. Teachers look at it as a burden because they are deeply gripped by the traditional practices and conventional education system. Some teachers look at it as very flexible system. The flexibility of CBCS is also putting it back as it sometimes creates confusion among students, making students less responsive. To this flexibility, improper guidance regarding its proper structure, development, expansion, and implementation is still hurdle. How can this problem be addressed? Please repeat the last one. Improper guidance regarding its proper structure, development, expansion, and implementation is still a hurdle. So how can you address this problem? We'll start with the first thing. You're ready? Oh, this is going to be another nice. Okay, make it, yeah. You're an answer. There was some group who actually mentioned about the problems which the traditional groups, like the traditional education system, don't give like good education previously. I mean, in the sense of like the
not good education as traditional education system. How can you compare the traditional education system to the NEP when we don't know what kind of education previously the Gurukul system was giving actually, when we don't know actually what kind, there is no, I mean, like this is what happened, this is what was happening.
Sudhir was the one who was.
Mentioned. Thanks, Aparna. Now let's actually start with the answers. Sorry. Then we can go. Yeah. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Yeah, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Just try to wind it up by that. Yeah.
We'll try to answer it.
Yeah.
The first question was how inclusion of mentally challenged students has been addressed in NEP. Right. So NEP says, and I quote, barrier-free access to education for all children with disability. It is based on RPWD Act, which is Rights of Person with Disabilities Act 2016. So with respect to that, NEP talks about imparting knowledge to teachers as to how to interact with with students with mental abilities, and to provide barrier-free entry into schools. Additionally, NEP talks about introducing appropriate technology-based tools, language-based teaching materials, sign language-based teaching materials, and high-quality modules regarding specific needs of mentally challenged students. That's how NEP tackles this particular question. The second question was regarding how perhaps sex education could be introduced in school curriculum. It is a very nuanced question since it involves social aspects of Indian society at large. What we could think about was increasing the number of female teachers in schools, training Anganwadi workers, and how they can sensitize the community perhaps on these particular matters. Holding parent-teacher meetings where female teachers or the female staff take lead and impart basic knowledge to students and their parents. Was the top three ideas that we could get in this short hour?
Yeah, I would like to add one more point on the second question about sex education. So government has a repository of NGOs called NGO Darpan. So it contains information about which NGO is working in which sector. So I was just thinking if government would identify that, okay, these are the particular NGOs working in these many states on adolescent health. And if those NGOs could be contacted and collaborated to sort of conduct sessions in the government schools, so that the students of that age actually are aware about their reproductive health, etc. Yes.
And perhaps bringing about a change in curriculum to a certain extent.
Yeah. It's about that.
Just one update. Durban was consulted for NCF, National Curriculum Framework. So Pooja Taparia, they gave a detailed presentation on this child abuse, and they had shared, and also they have given a draft textbooks, which have been implemented in the northeast and northwest of India already. Just FYI.
So which show that it is feasible. It is feasible.
But depending on only one is a problem because it creates monopoly. That becomes a challenge sometimes. Because they have language barriers. Coming to South with those textbooks is a challenge. They have to get into. But yeah, that's one possibility.
Thank you, team. We have the second team. It's not going to have any questions. Is there any question directed to you? Already, go on.
So our first question was from Utkarsh. He asked us how multidisciplinarity can be rationalized by making teachers.
Rational teachers.
Correct, I got it. It's a very good question. And note that I will start with a quote like, teaching is the profession that teaches all other professions. So the first thing is that in the NEP-2020 there is a provision for this. They are making it compulsory CPD, continuous professional development, making it compulsory for 50 hours per year for every teachers. So I think this will help. And the second thing is that we need more GDP. We need more public expenditure to be spent on this education. Right now, as a team pointed out, it's just around 3 to 4%. And while many other developing countries and developed countries they are averaging about 6 to 10%, and we should increase the GDP from 3% to at least 6% or to 10%, because we are developing and our main focus should be on education. So my friend will answer the second question.
For the second question, actually, I didn't mean like it's very hard for the students to learn a new language or anything. It's pretty good thing that they come to know another language which they were not aware of. Yes, but the thing is that, see, speaking about places like Tamil Nadu also, they are pretty much like against learn, not against, I won't say, they don't prefer to learn Hindi. That's the scenario over there. So it is almost similar when it comes for a North student to come to South side also. Like there is a language barrier, and it would be beneficial. Like now, particularly Karnataka, as I have seen and I have known, they are teaching writing skills. But it would be better if they can develop the skills of a student regarding like speaking skills rather than writing skills. It would be better. That's what
I would like to add on to a point. So the languages and mother tongues, we will be starting at a younger age. But the thing is that when we are 20, 25 years, when we have to study another regional language, it becomes as a difficult. So even if it's just for one semester, as you said, what if we fail in that particular subject? Then we have to repeat it again and again. So it will become a huge problem and a huge headache for the student, and it will add on to more stresses.
for an individual, your mother tongue essence is being gone. Like you learn so much other languages that your mother tongue is not known to you, which is a major problem when it comes to like multilingual languages. So that is the point. And one thing, the first question which Israel answered, I would like just to add one more point. There is a concept called operations and management. It's mainly used in administration sector.
Just finish in 30 seconds.
It's actually used in administration. It's actually like, whatever the administrators are unaware of, they try to update whatever their knowledge is. So if we implement the same kind of structure to teaching section also, it could be better. So that teachers know what they are teaching, what kind of statements they want to make in the class. So yeah.
Yeah. So I received 6 questions. First one regarding like how will the code of conduct be formed? So every college is different from another. So I suggest like every college have a committee whose whole purpose is student and teacher communication. The reason students don't directly communicate is because they're scared of getting repercussions. So this will add like a filter or a barrier so that there's some kind of anonymity between the student and teacher, and the feedback goes through without any restriction. Second and fourth question both were about the accountability. So right now there's not a proper formal like a technology penetration in India. So we can't just link their LinkedIn profiles and filter out teachers. So rather than that, we can have a continuous feedback loop using the same committee as I had mentioned before, and there we can allocate like as to what inadequacies are there and where changes can be brought. Third question was how should we train children who are in primary grade, right? For it was like Utkarsh.
Will you actually have teachers to prepare for the further education? How will you teach teachers that they should introduce this system to the primary school? When these students will go out in the next system of credits and all, how will you teach how will that teacher education will be?
Okay. So the new NEP policy, it's trying to mirror ACE level and IGCSE, like the way of grading. So instead of asking, suppose your history project is about World War II, instead of asking, write a 200-word report about war in Germany or something, you ask them something like, if at that point of time they had phones, what kind of app would you develop to help people there? So this would force them to think critically. They would have to think about problems people are facing. They would have to go into historical records to see what kind of people were there. What is the cultural relevancy? This becomes application based. So this will help them adapt into that kind of system. Then fifth question is by Sudhir. So he told that should expertise be preferred or should just B.Ed. M.Ed. be enough? When it comes till secondary education, B.Ed. M.Ed. is mostly enough because at that point of time, you can people can catch up and they can implement what they learned. But after that, speciality is required because that's when JEE mains, NEET and other of these competitive exam preparation start. Okay, one last question I had, saying that we should not depend on the qualifications of the teacher. So usually when someone is extremely skilled but not qualified, they would not have the qualifications, but they would have good work experience. So you can look into their previous work and use that feedback to make the decision whether to hire them or not.
Also goes to the contrary, like they might not have good work experience, but they have good qualification. So when you're looking at it from both perspectives, you cannot have a definite system saying that they should have both. If they have one or the other, that still makes them qualified to be a teacher, but just in a different environment. So how are you going to make, how do you know which environment to set to excel their teacher to teach the student? Because we're always looking at student environment and how comfortable the student is, as well the sort of the other people talked about. But how well are you going to look at teachers' environment in order to teach a student? Because we always think like we always have to sort of we always say that the teacher has to come into any situation and be able to teach. No, the teacher is human, and we at times are teachers too, but we only excel in certain environments that we are put in, right? You can only display that level of leadership when you are put into a situation where you can be 100% confident in yourself. So how will you determine that situation? Because you said we should have work experience as well as qualification. But what if they have only one or the other? Does that make them a bad teacher?
It doesn't make them a bad teacher, and while they're selecting teachers, if it's already established school, for example, they usually, the teacher they're going to select, they're going to have a demo class with them. So I think that should give the HR or whoever is hiring them a good idea of where they stand as a teacher.
But exactly one demo class does not exhibit the environment that the teachers want to be.
Chirag, can we actually have this a little later so that we'll finish this round and we'll come back to teacher education and someone, all of us can also talk about it. We'll have vocational education.
Okay, so my first question I got from multidisciplinary. So the question is about if farmer is if a dad is a farmer, he would encourage his son to become a farmer. So his question is, I think, quite exactly what.
No, you actually said that a farmer's son should become only a farmer, right? That's what I'm asking. What do you mean by that?
Okay, so what I mean by that, if you see the present generation, like a farmer don't want his son to become a farmer because he feels that there is no career, there is no future to earn money. So just think about future progress. So if a farmer's son is not getting into farming profession, so 50 years, the entire chain of production would be getting that. So I'm thinking about this because see, farming is not a bad job. It's because because the farmers will what if the son wants to become another profession? Depends, but the motivation should be there. Government is not focusing to make this kind of cobblers.
So that means that a farmer's son will become a farmer, and a government employee son will become a government employee.
It depends, but what I'm saying,
So it will be unequal, right? The divide will be huge.
there are still some those who want to get in farming just because they love the profession, because their family does engages in this profession, they want to get into the profession. But what we see in cities actually, because now the culture is changing. So people can do engineering or doctor, but they want to pursue their career. So I want to make a different space over that. Career should be there. Like I want to be a professional farmer. I want to be a proud farmer. Government must.
I'm thinking you're just trying to say that there needs to be an environment wherein even not-for-profit shops also will be having an institution and yeah, and they'll also be recognized as professions just like the other spheres like engineering, medicine, and other things. Yeah, and these institutions should also be made accessible to different groups of societies.
Yeah.
And we need to be recognizing and giving them a lot of respect. Is what you are saying. Yeah. So because the first question that we had also spoke about the Varna system.
Okay.
So wherein we followed the system of Varna because of the job that we had. So if we are trying to bring in job as like that, the way you mentioned, based on the profession, that would be a challenge is the question that he had.
Right.
So what he's answering is not that there will not be an environment, but there will be an environment which will be conducive for that too, where someone will not be looked down upon just because he wants to be a farmer. Is what he's trying to say is not what I understand. Is that right?
That is the behavior change. I am talking about the behavior change.
Okay. You had another question?
Yeah. So the last question is from you, right? So you want to know about the relevance of Gurukul system in the present time, right? How it's so.
And we don't know what kind of education was given previously. How do you compare the past 8 years, that is traditional education system with the
What kind of system is the system was completely different. I'm talking about the format. You go to system, you see the age group from starting from that is class 1 to 2, that is traditional policy speak about start from 6 to 8, age 6 to 8. So that is the most crucial thing. So I believe that if the student get exposure to means that kind of system, in that system, like you get to know about how to get yourself,
not traditional system was not.
No, I think he mentioned that he preferred the Gurukula system.
I prefer because it's missing in the
So he also asked for it, and so did the team on internationalization, wherein they said that we have to be looking at how Gurukula system got in a lot of people from outside India also to be studying here, and he also said that that was more holistic.
More holistic because it's not only about getting skills, but to become a good human.
Yeah, true.
Morality and should be there. That's all strength. Indian strength is all of spirituality, morality. If you are missing that, then you will not become a good human. Because you say Japan and South Korea, these are also focusing the primary preschool age, that is from 3 to 6, building on building morality and devotion. I believe that should be improved. What good how to talk with others, how to be very mentally, how to think like wisely. That is important. Then you will learn whatever profession, whatever vocation you are in, you can handle it. That is my endeavor.
Thank you. Can we hear from Utkarsh regarding vocational education?
The one question that international education asked me was, will these dying art forms will become subsidized by government and it will be that? I don't think so. Like certain art forms, like I talked about Bhilai art form, the Bhilai tribe. I think there, if we play our cards right, if we publicize it rightly, it can catch on to popular culture. There can be films, animated films made in such forms, and I think there is one film that has actually been made. So if we do it right, I don't think it will be only a government subsidized, but yeah, there's a good chance that certain art forms don't, and then we have to pull back from that also. That's all.
I'll just add to what he had to say regarding art forms. It's also regarding the textiles there. Textiles and other forms, wherein the government has taken that initiative of having a cooperative society of all the weavers across India. So they also give it at a subsidized rate. And there is a vocational education which is present for these textile designing in particular. And there are even engineering institutions in every state which can cater to that. I think something in education, when we look at it like that, is also pretty nice if whenever we are looking at such art forms. But definitely regarding paintings and art culture as such, maybe like drama and dramatics and all of that should be explored, because this will be the place wherein we are looking at having it
just not education or just not from perspective of curriculum and other things. We will hear from Credit Society.
First, we have to understand the system which was there prior to the CBCS. So which was
Can you speak into the mic?
which was a percentage marks-based system. But then, but that included a lot of rote learning. So that's why the focus was not much on the skills of the person or their interest, and it did not have the opportunity to have a multidisciplinary course. So that is what CBCS provides. And CBCS is a very complex system. It's very hard for us to understand because we've only been introduced to it in our colleges. Although we adopted it from Western universities, they've been practicing it, that kind of system in their high school. So it's easier for them to adapt to it, even in colleges. But for us, it's not, because until 12th grade, we've had a different type of grading and marking system, and suddenly we shift to a different marking system. So it bound, each group is bound to have their own doubts about it. So now if we look at it from an infrastructure point of view, CBCS does require an extensive and a variety of infrastructure, such as it has to cater to the curriculum, it has to cater to the new teaching method, the subjects that are provided. And when you look at it from teachers' point of view, yes, it does provide flexibility, and this flexibility is used by teachers to create a tailor-made curriculum for the students, which cater to their interests. Like they have certain disciplinary interests, so the teachers, this flexibility provided by the system is used by them to create a tailor-made curriculum for them. And yes, the teachers do face an increased workload. For that, the only solution is increased recruitment and training. So, and then when we look at it from student point of view, again, the stress of the new system is high because of the lack of clarity surrounding the system. So for that, what we can do is we can have counseling and guiding sessions, which will help students to pick their courses, because since you have to pass a particular number of papers in the CBCS system. And of course, you need to spread awareness and information about the CBCS system in school, so that when students actually go to college, they don't feel overwhelmed by the system, so they can easily adapt. Yeah. It's actually not, because we have adopted an entire system from the West, and it will take time, because a CBCS system in India was only adopted to overall the country in 2020 by NEP, and before that it was only in 2014 and only in Kashmir. So it is still in its nascent state, and it will take time, and we will have to tailor-made it according to our Indian context, not just blindly follow Western context.
Thank you, team. We'll have it from
Right. So we had 4 questions. The first one was about 1965 protests against language, and if we should go ahead with the NEP. So we have to understand that the 1965 protest was against the imposition of Hindi as an official language or the national language of India. So those protests led by Periyar and CN and Nadurai was against Hindi being imposed as a national language of India. Right now, what we're talking about is a 3-language policy that the NEP is proposing, where the first language is going to be the mother tongue, and the second language is going to be English, and the third language is going to be some other language. While there is some correlation to this about the 3-language policy also being a sort of imposition of Hindi as a language, because if you look at the budget allocation in 2018-19, 50 crores was allotted for Hindi as a language, while for other languages combined, it was just 10 crores. So while there might be no direct correlation between the two protests, between the two situations, the 1965 protests and the current 3-language policy, one can say, yes, there is some correlation, and it requires a lot of nuance to look at. So that's why we feel like right now is not the greatest of times to go forward with it. We'll come back to the second question of yours.
The next question was raised about the documents if it's released in a mother tongue, in the language of mother tongue. So when they miss out on their jobs. So as per my knowledge, I believe that documents are released both in local languages as well as in English. But currently that we are focusing on national education policy, it's fundamental principle that promotion of Indian languages from grade 2 to grade 8. So it doesn't necessarily focus on whether a person is losing a job or if it's in the unemployed sector. So yeah, I don't think that would make much of a difference with respect to just national education policy.
We'd request that you repeat your second question because we weren't able to understand.
What my question was that because of the regional languages, many books in Hindi, in English are translated to Hindi. So that will create a huge gap, and many Indians who want to work abroad, they can't. So they will lose on a lot of opportunities. Because Hindi is like only a 30% of people speak in India. Okay. So what do you think about that? The translation of books and making only Hindi and removing English totally from the education system.
We did address that by saying that English is the language of the world right now, and English is a means of empowerment, and English is a means of emancipation. So, going for education in the primary, going for primary education in the mother tongue would be detrimental for a lot of societies, because if you do that, and if they don't have access to English, they will not be able to grow, and they will not be able to come out of the societies that have been oppressing them for so long. So we did address that by saying that it's important that English is the language of instruction. And can you repeat your question as well?
My question was related to like how, when you mentioned that the three language approach, students have a choice to take a language. So how do you think that a grade 2 or a grade 5 student, or even a grade student with a grade like our 6, 7, 8, have that cognitive, can make that rational choice, have a cognitive decision ability to make like this language I want, and how the environment is not playing an important role in that? Like how is not being forced to take a particular language?
We didn't say that we believe that children should have the option of choosing, and yes, we agree with your point, saying that obviously a third grade child is not going to have the ability to select a language for their future, which is why we believe that there shouldn't be a third.
My question, that's what my question, that you said that the second grade student have the choice to take, like have the choice to make a decision that which language they want to prefer. My question is that how you're assuring that the choice will be rational? Like,
Right. Okay. So one of my
because the grade 2 student don't know that which language they are strong enough, or that language will be benefiting me, whether it's Hindi, English, or regional language. So again, it's a decision of a teacher or the parents goes
Right.
back to.
But we didn't say that.
But that's what the national education policy tells about. So three language system that will be followed from grade 2 to grade 8, and they'll be given a choice. So we totally agree with the fact that a grade 2 or a grade 8 kid won't be able to make an individual decision until it's the decision of the parents or teachers. So yeah.
Thank you, Amos. So I'd be taking the first question, which was a concern regarding if we give complete autonomy to the institutions with respect to their curriculum, how do we ensure quality of learning? So the NEP also mentions that when we are talking about giving autonomy with respect to curriculum, we are not doing away with every quality framework that we have. So we have a learning framework in mind which has milestones attached to different grades. Say we want that basic numeric and literacy should be achieved by grade 3, then that is certain milestone that we need to achieve. But what learning pedagogy to adopt, what are the learning materials that you want to pick, what are the learning exercises that you want to do? If I want to teach counting to a student, I can do that through a blackboard, or I can, take him to a stairs, tell him to, climb up the stairs. I can number the stairs, and I tell him the kid to, climb up the stairs, come down, do addition, subtraction in that way. So that is what I meant. The milestones with respect to what should be the learning outcomes associated with different grades would be maintained, but the autonomy would be with respect to how do you achieve those outcomes. So in that way, quality would be maintained, but autonomy would be given.
The another two questions I'll be addressing is, one, you asked that how ODL is relevant or it's a time pass. It's very easy to say sitting on a privileged chair that it's a time pass, but go back to the rural villages, because you yourself comes from Tripura, and there are places in India still in a rural part which don't have internet connectivity, which don't have network accessibility, roads, many primary school, higher education. If you go back to Himalayan terrain, because I lived in Uttarakhand for 2 years, I have seen that there is so much difficulty when it comes to accessing health and education. For that, people belonging to that community, belonging to that villages, this online distance learning is a very important part. It's just that the people sitting at a privileged chair don't give that much importance.
But it again puts question on the those who takes the knowledge. While you are giving knowledge, that's okay. But is the student getting that or not? How will you get to know that? Because in classroom you will easily get to know that. But you give a task, he will jot it down from the Google and he will present, ma'am, I have done. So you'll get, okay, my student has done. So I think there is a gap, right? So how you
Of course, the structure is need to be. That's why we were talking about the learning management system. The ODL needs to be restructured in a manner that there is a proper repository system where people, or the management system where the people are actually able to make even the student and the teacher are accountable towards the learning outcome. So definitely there is a gap, and that's what the NEP should be focusing towards when it comes to OLE, developing an optimal learning outcome environment. Another question you asked me, the optimal learning environment for primary education. Uh, when Anuj was addressing the learning, the slow learners and the mentally challenged children, or the bench student with a benchmark disability, I think OLE is very much important when it comes to primary education, and even the NEP also talk about when it comes to provisions such as BALA, using building as a learning aid, or using library as a very important component of a classroom. These are also a part of OLE, like optimal learning environment, where actually you're using limited resources around your classroom and around your school, and creating an environment and maximizing its uses for students who are in the primary education. So OLE can, I mean, it's firstly it was a part of primary education, and then it has been extended to higher education.
Oh, thank you, Dean. Now we will be hearing from St. Joseph's team.
So we've got two questions. The first question was that I think it was a part. Is internalization really important when the language question comes into play? Well, it's not just about the learning of languages. Because of internalization, we also adopt a lot of systems of imparting education. So that's really crucial. So we need to also think about in the in that manner, like how do we impart education, the process of teaching, etc., etc. It's not just about the language, how we communicate. The second question was that when foreign universities, etc., they come into the country, how are minority students from economically marginalized communities, are they going to get representation or not? So that is something that seriously needs to be addressed by the government. The government needs to, first of all, a social survey needs to be done before coming into the country of the Indian situation, of what we have over here, and for whatever it is that needs to can be done by those universities, they need to do it. So the government needs to subsidize them, and also the foreign universities, before coming into India, they need to conduct a study of the Indian society and our past. That's all. Thank
I
you.
would like to add on to that question, to that answer. So basically, what another thing that we can do is that we can also introduce a reservation-like system in that university, where we can be like, okay, certain percentage of the seats should be kept for people who are coming from this background. And I know it's very controversial thing, especially to like push that idea forward to a foreign university. But then again, if foreign universities are planning to set their campus on India, there needs to be like certain uh, social background which is present in India that they have to follow.
Thank you, Dean. I think you had a point, team analyst had a point to talk about teacher education. Maybe you would want to just.
Yes. When you were asking like how teacher can be put, like we are seeing as a student, like we are talking about environment as a student perspective, but not as a teacher perspective. What I was adding to my point was that the government should have a teacher need assessment tool which actually analyze that whether the teacher is like there is a quantity and there is a quality, and I think both are like goes hands in hand. You can't say that quantity is better and quality is not, but you need to some come up with some standardization or some balances between quality and quantity in the same environmental setup. A teacher can be good quantity and good enough, efficient enough to reach an outcome, but a quality teacher might be more perspective oriented, much be more psychologically oriented, mindset oriented, which is plays an equal part to in a learning outcome. So that's what I was telling, that the teacher need assessment tool is a very important component that can be added, and I think it's a part of NEP where when it comes to analyzing the need of teacher, whether it's the educational need, whether it's the infrastructure and career need for the promotional and growth, if I'm not wrong. I mean, there is some certain component. That's what my point was to add. Like, that's how you can assess the environment of a teacher. Any other point or any one of you would
Can you think of certain parameters of teacher need assessment? Parameters on which we can create one assessment? Either now or later, but just a question to or a thought to you to carry. Because it's too early to decide on those parameters, but since you are anchoring on this particular topic, so you can.
Sir, I mean, while applying to the job, they would know what kind of university it would be. So I think it would be left to their discretion as to like what to expect, because every university, depending on the ideologies, their core culture they have, depending on that, they'll apply. For example, like someone who's really right wing wouldn't think of applying to JNU for teaching.
Yeah, that would be too subjective. No, I'm just.
That's
Thought is definitely on those lines. Of course, there are universities which are very evidently displaying their ideological disposition, no doubt. But at the same time, given that it is a central university, it also provides autonomy to navigate those things in a way. So it depends on the teacher and their capability to navigate certain things. But what I meant by parameters is that if you really have to think like NEP makes a recommendation of 3 new types of higher education institutions under teaching intensive with significant research, research intensive with some research, teaching, and then degree awarding autonomous college. Now, the most situational issue that we face today is when faculty members enter the portals of higher education institution. They are researchers, but they're exposed to or they're forced to take more classes because of the credit issue, which we're talking about. So they don't fit there. So they're more interested in teaching, but they're given less research time. Sorry, more research in teaching, yeah. So they're given more research time, and vice versa. So how do we actually, sort of build? So policy gives a direction that this is one way of reflecting upon it. But what are the other parameters which can be applicable? That, like somebody you only said that students must have what you call teacher feedback. We have some things right now. So have they failed to do what they have to achieve, or should we have some new parameters? Student feedback can also be misused, abused as well as used. So, but how do we make it more objective?
Sir, like UGC, whenever they release anything, they give it as a guideline. They don't enforce it as like a law, right? So maybe they can
That will curtail autonomy. It will curtail the autonomy of the teacher if it becomes a law. Guidelines are subject to us following.
Yeah.
So if you want to maintain autonomy on the one hand and accountability on the other, there has to be a judicious balance. So if you have to do it, you have to do it within the institution. What are the parameters on which we can assess teacher in terms of the alignment of NEP? So how do you want to do that? So if you can think, don't worry about today or tomorrow or next 3-4 days. If you really, that's one of the takeaways. So you can actually give this under continuous professional development. If teachers need to be assessed, what is the periodicity? What are the parameters which are objective, which are linked to the efficiency testing of the teacher, teaching teacher, research of the teacher, etc. So there has to be some parameters. So we can always engage that. One of the takeaways.
You can send in those parameters and all of you can write about it and we will.
Yeah, so we can put a Google Doc together.
Yes.
And then each one of you add to it.
Yes.
And then we can have some, yeah.
We'll go with them first and
I had a question, maybe we didn't discuss it as a group. The question was towards the internationalization of education. You made a really good point regarding brain drain. So you said that if international institutions were to come to India, invest their money, start organizations, brain drain would decrease or would stop. My point was, will it really stop or are we really delaying brain drain? Maybe students can learn those same education tools at a lower price, take up admission, and then go abroad. So how can we stop that from happening?
So, what I
And what are your views on it first?
So, my views is that when you are getting the things which you want at a lower price, so you really don't think about going somewhere else and asking for the same thing because you're already having it with you. Also, like if India is actually developing and if that environment where the environment is encouraging them to like actually participate in the country making or nation building process the way they want, then there is no reason for them to like leave the country and go somewhere else. Like the reason why they actually leave the country is because they're not satisfied with the conditions which are present over here. So if those conditions are met by other developments, infrastructural or through other educational things, then there's no reason for them to leave.
I'll just add on to what she has to say. Oh, sorry, no, you go on.
Yeah, so I want to add on to a point is that the brain drain is not when people go abroad to study. It happens when they don't come back and work over here. So that's what like one of the points that I mentioned was that the NEP needs to bridge the education, making a person employable and getting them employed. So for brain drain not to happen, you need to create that like level of industry in India needs to go up. Only then it like won't happen. Otherwise, people will get high quality education over here, and from through that they will go abroad. It will still happen. It's not like just
So
by
things need to go in tandem.
yeah. So the thing is, just by getting foreign universities in India, we won't be able to stop it. We need to bridge that gap.
And also, I think NEP talks about internationalization at home. So there they are addressing brain drain and they're looking at brain circulation within the system. And we are looking at knowledge society and not a knowledge economy. So that is what NEP stands for. And that is why internationalization at home becomes so important.
But when we talk about like knowledge in society, isn't it the part of a mindset where we come from, like going outside, studying outside, so gives a very different lifestyle to us? Economy is there, but also a lifestyle, the quality of life we live outside India is the experience, and that's the reason we don't want to come back here because, I mean,
But
because we struggle with that lifestyle.
yeah, but then with internationalization, we are creating that environment in India, na? Like where people from abroad, they are coming over here. So that experience, that
That's a
lifestyle.
very different, I feel like that might be related to the quality of education that we might be getting at a higher education level because we will have faculty from outside. Like here also in this institute, if you get somebody from outside India, highly qualified researcher, you might like that person, you might like the way, or you might like the learning, or maybe the institutional environment will change, but your quality of life won't change.
So
Time change is what we are looking at, and the starting point would be education. And if we are getting educated and we are not giving back, then that will be a challenge. For which I think Pravasi Bharati Divas, which we just went by, that was in Jan 9th, is where they're talking about the same thing, where we are having NRIs and all of them come back to India and give it to the Indian diaspora. And Indian diaspora is not wrong, and I think we are in a place where globalization is at its maximum and we are not looking at boundaries. Boundaries are not anymore land. So,
But global citizen.
yeah, we are all global citizens, and global citizenship is what also NEP talks about. And so, internationalization at home, being global citizens, is what we all are going to be, and we are in that generation. Like you mentioned, we are that generation Z, which is super awesome, doing everything possible at our homes. So, yeah, that's
Can I ask a question?
yeah.
Like you were saying about the globalization, but the same NEP also talks about translating the books from English to Hindi. What do you think about that?
How is it wrong? When we are having different institutions, having Indian languages being researched there in abroad in a foreign soil and not in Indian soil, what is wrong in having digitalization of books in Indian languages?
Yes.
It's just accessibility, right?
Yeah, the digitalization is correct. But the thing is
Translation
that the government says that they are going to remove English completely from the education of the youth.
That when they are having a three-language system.
No, just now I read the news to the Amit Mishra, Home Minister, he said that they are going to translate all the books completely. So what happens is that the terms are also changing. For example, in the medical field, if you don't know the term in English and if you know only the term in Hindi, then it becomes very difficult when you do a surgery. So like it's a very complicated process.
Ayurveda, and you had to study Sanskrit and have Shushruta's entire work to be studied in Sanskrit. Is that going to be a challenge? Is it a challenge for an Ayurvedic doctor? Is also something that we have to be looking at. I think this is not an argument which is applicable for all disciplines. It is true for certain professional courses which we have borrowed from the Western countries. But something that is Indian and indigenous to our own self, let us learn it in our language is what the government is doing.
I am not opposed to that, but the government's approach to remove English completely,
No, they are not going to take off English completely. If that was the case, then none of the government orders should have come out in English.
Like I was in Uttarakhand back last before 4 or 5 months, and they don't have any board in English. So if you don't know English, if you don't know Hindi, then it becomes a huge struggle to even cross the road.
Thomas died here, wherein he says that public policy is anything that the government chooses to do and not to do.
Correct.
So it is about that not doing by the state governments also, especially when it comes to these state subjects. And education stands in that one particular place where both state and the center have their say. So it is not just one person who is going to be willing to do that. Even if the central government chooses to not have English anywhere, and if the state government chooses to do so, they can still go ahead and do it because we are a cooperative federalism. And we will never leave that ethos.
So is that wrong or correct?
There is nothing called as wrong and correct here, right? Okay, anyways, we will have this discussion later. We have one more thing.
No, actually, my observation was very similar to what she had made about brain drain and how it's not actually about the quality of education, why people are going outside, more because of the quality of life and a better standard of living. So I think if we could work on those aspects in India, a lot of people that you meet who go outside saying there are better opportunities. I don't have to, there's not much of a hassle over there to do what I want to do. But if you ask them, they say that in India, there's a lot of hassle to do anything that they want to do. There's always a lot of red tapeism. There's always a lot of bureaucracy that's involved in getting to do anything that they want to. So as much as you get international educational institutions into the country, and which is a great thing, it's obviously not wrong to have international institutions, prestigious international educational institutions in India. But as long as we don't address the core problem, which is the lack of a better standard of living and quality of life, brain drain is still going to exist and it's still going to happen.
Yeah, it is going to happen. And also, I think we are at a place where we are planning to have a systemic and a systematic change. And we are just in that initial stage wherein it is changing. So let's just wait how the change happens, and we are that probably the responses.
I had this last question.
Yeah, we take a question because Chirag had something to add on to the point.
So again, I would say think of opportunity.
Mike.
I would again say the thing about opportunity is also the fact of competition, right? The reason that in India we say that there are less opportunities because there is just as much competition in the country as compared to the United States or such. Because if you compare, like take engineering for example, right? The amount of students that do engineering in India, the amount of engineering graduates itself in India compared to the ones in US or in Europe are far higher. So when you do take the sort of diverse skill sets that we have here and that we've learned in this education system and apply it to different countries, we see that you're kind of valued more there, whether it comes to like your work or your income or whatever it is. So you feel more valued there. So that's why you tend to take your skill sets more outside and not come back, because when you come back, you're again sort of being less valued for your skill sets because you're put amongst that competition.
I think I'll just add to that because the foreign universities or institutions, they are really good in their higher education and not in the school education. So school education in India really aces all the other countries that we have. And it is also because of the kind of education and the things that we are doing. Though we have a lot of issues with the curriculum and the pedagogy that we follow, but that helps us thrive really strong in those environments wherein you have so much of pressure, not just on your everyday happenings, but also on your society and the way things happen there. And let's not disagree on the amount of racism that is going to exist in all the foreign countries wherever we want to pursue. And that's not a new thing. And our school system has only allowed us to be in a better place and handle that pressure in a better way. While the same Indian student, probably an Indian who is educated, school educated abroad and comes back here, may not be able to survive in this very same education system. So I think we need to be also taking that into cognizance is what I believe.
Soma, you have. I had a question. I actually had a question with Chetan sir, but he's not here.
Okay.
So I'll just drop down the question to everybody. Like recently, when you were making the point, like English is all the books, textbooks gonna convert to English. It means the government is taking away the choices that the individual have, the choices the student will have, which the NEP is talking about. When we were talking about multidisciplinary, multilingual classroom, multidisciplinary environment. Basically, what I mean to say that this gives you options, gives you a choice to choose whatever you want to be, whatever you want to study, what language, what's or not. So in that, it's a very political dilemma, basically. So how do you see separation of power acting here, the legislative, the executive, and the judiciary playing a role in this separation of power? And do you think that there is a checks and balance can happen when it comes to such kind of a decision, when the minister just say that, okay, we'll translate all the books in Hindi? Because I do personally feel as a student that that's not a wise decision, because no matter wherever, no, because we live in a you mentioned that we live in a globalization world, and here we need to have a choice. That's what the NEP is talking about, the giving autonomy to the student to make a choice. And when you take away that kind of a thing,
Which is the choice that is being taken away from them.
Again, you're not, I mean, translating the whole book to English or to any language.
Translating from English to Hindi is taking away the chances of English surviving. Are we scared? If we are in a place where we are scared that English can actually
It's not about being scared, it's about taking away the choices. The choices is not made by the students, whether I want my textbook in this
So we are
language.
giving them an option, right? That is what we are trying to do. Even with the school education, with every district having a school according to the school education part of NEP, we are giving them an option to have access to good school education in a native language and a language of their choice. So this language of their choice comes only with understanding whatever you want to take. I understand they are not in an age group to make that choice, but they are given that is what we have to be acknowledging, because not many people might be comfortable to learn English or even learn a new language in a new place. That is something that I personally feel. If anyone has anything to add on,
So I think I agree with your point that, we are not taking away that choice. For example, in my school also, there were books in both the languages. So if there is a student who is reading from a book which is written in English and he or she is not able to understand a word, he or she can go to the library, take up that book in Hindi and just compare those two sentences in different languages and understand
the concept that they want to be.
I have a point.
Yeah, just a second. One more person. One.
I'm supporting your statements, what you were saying. So I think the government is trying to, protect the language. I believe that, like, recently what he said is that government is not trying to abolish English, but try to protect the language, local languages. So, like, a boy from a rural side, those who though he doesn't know English, so to speak in English, he wants to pursue his career in his mother tongue. So it's not a bad option, I believe. So let him pursue whatever he wishes. So it's a good step. And if you see Europe, if you go to Germany, so they would prefer German more than English. So in case of higher education, that's a good thing.
So the point that you were making about taking away the choice, this is not a counter argument as much as just me trying to understand. So according to the three language policy that they're trying to implement right now, they're saying that up until grade 5, there are going to be three languages that a student is going to be studying. The first one, the medium of instruction, is going to be the mother tongue. A second language is going to be Hindi, and the third language is going to be any other Indian language of their choice. Now, the problem with that third language is that there's no budget for any other language other than Hindi. If you look at previous budgets and just what I mentioned, in 2018-19, for Hindi alone, there was 50 crores spent. And for other languages combined, it was about 10 crores. So when there is no other choice and when there is no other facility to take any other language, the student has to take Hindi in that case, even if they don't want to study that language. So how do you look at that? So don't you think that building up infrastructure first and building up adequate facilities first would be a better idea rather than implementing the policy first and then working towards building up?
I think there is a part called as clustering in the school education part of NEP, where they're talking about cluster schooling, wherein a school which has a facility for giving this particular language or any other given co-curricular activity that is like drawing or painting and all of these things, within a radius of 6 kilometers, can be taken by these students, and even the transportation is being given by the government. So, a person who would want to learn probably Tamil in Karnataka in a particular government school here in a district can, if at all they are offering the Tamil in another nearby school, the transportation is also being met by the government. So, that is being taken care of. So, when they are facilitating for a language to be alive through this system, I think we'll have to be acknowledging the three language system that way.
Can I add a point? So if you take away Hindi, then the north-south divide in India will further increase, and it will cause fragmentation of. Whole north and whole south. Yeah. So because English has been a communication language all over India for so many periods because of English colonial rule, because they are ruled for around over 200, 300 years, and because of them, our communication language and our link, the crucial language part of link, has become English. So now if you take away English totally from the curriculum, then what will happen is that for 100, 200 years, there will be a huge, not a huge uprising, and there will not be settlement. And India will be not stable, and we need stability for growth and development. Correct, yeah, for education. And
let me also bring that point. That's why reading the draft NEP section on language, where there is a statement that medium of instruction should be mother tongue, oblique native language, home language, and official language. But there is a choice, and that is why it is linked to the other recommendation of school clusters, school complexes, where that choice is given, right? So those things we have to see it in a holistic way, and I'm not adding to what you're saying, I'm just bringing the earlier discussion. So I think at least we should have 5 takeaways from today's deliberation as a tangible outcome, because we have so many other points which have been documented. So one is, as I mentioned, the parameters for need assessment or teacher assessment. So instead of calling teacher need assessment, you said, but we call teacher assessment. How could institution develop a tool or a methodology or a parameter like our ranking and rating types to assess teachers? And it should be at an institutional level, not at a systemic level. That's very, very important. So keep that in mind and see how you can, because this discussion should not stop here. In fact, it should start from here. As I always say that PhD is not end of research, beginning of research. So we tend to celebrate end of research after doing PhD because it's such a big ordeal to complete it. But it's just a license to do research of different types. That's it. So keep this in mind. That's one. Second is multidisciplinary curriculum. So you are at the receiving end as students, and you will be at the giving end going forward if you choose academia as your future professional pathway. So if you really have to do multidisciplinarity as a sort of curriculum, which includes all the 8, in addition to multidisciplinarity, all the other 7 themes, because you might have to do multidisciplinarity because you need to internationalize. You have to do multidisciplinarity because you need to enable optimal learning environment. You have to do multidisciplinarity because credit system will force you to do that. So think on those lines, how you can anchor one theme and link those other 7 themes. But multidisciplinarity is definitely the need of the hour. I'm talking from the insider perspective of both the state and the central ministry, who are really looking for how to do it, how to make it happen. We have been talking about it, but we don't know how to do it because it's new. It is new, but not new in the sense of not experientially new to us because it was in the past in terms of the history, but how to really do it with the current complex structures. Third, internationalization and many other themes are getting a lot of mixed attention and misconceptions. So I would request you all in your own domains, don't lose your thematic focus as part of just an event today. I think if you can take this forward and you anchor it, especially teacher education, etc. So please write short briefs. We have the host of today's event in the name of Policy Milieu. Please make use of that platform that we have, which the students of public policy have initiated it from the first batch onwards. You see whether we can have thematic engagement on that. And there is also Association of Indian University newsletter, which is a weekly newsletter, AIU. And that is usually read by leaders in higher education. Of course, I have my own reservation of the quality, but at least it is a documentation that you have, where you can use it as dissemination going forward to those themes tomorrow as part of dissertation, as part of your research area, as part of your engagement to outside world, right? And finally, this technology-enabled education learning. A lot of misconception is there out there. That is, should we replace the teacher with technology or not? And similar to that is the equity versus excellence debate. So maybe please pick up such debates, such propositions, which are important for higher education, but from an empirical point of view. We have enough of experience, we have enough of expertise, but we don't have much evidence. Right? And as I tell to our students also, we have enough of advocacy, we have enough of activism, but not much of analysis. So evidence should lead to analysis and vice versa. And we have too much of the other tools there. And it's too overwhelming to the point of leading to ad nausea, learning about experience and expertise, and advocacy and activism, both are at that point, but analysis and evidence is missing. So, and only you can do it because you're the victim and the beneficiary of whatever is happening, both, right? Because we are only giving, but you are the one who are experiencing it. So unless you do it, it's not possible. So please make sure. So let's decide who is going to host the next roundtable at your institution, where we will be your guest. Okay, so we'll go to my alma mater. So then I'll not be the guest, I'll be one of them. Okay, so look forward to St. Joseph's to see how we can work with you to organize the second round of such discussion. Maybe we'll take the same theme and go to part 2, maybe a deep dive on some of the ideas.
We have in our college Saturday sessions, which is called as Policy March. So we would love to have you there.
Okay, so you meaning all? Yes. Thank you. So, so we'll do that. So please think about it. So let's have at least not more than 3 months of a gap between now to the next one. Otherwise, we will lose out our.
So as part of our dissertation seminars in NLS, the group working on education, all 4 of us are going to have a seminar in March where we would be discussing these NEP trends from different perspectives, higher education and primary education. We would love for you to attend the event and we can discuss amongst our group on the concept.
So if you also open it up to online, we can have all of them along with me being, of course, physically present there, but others, but then we can have that because my intent is to carry this entire team forward. I'll be definitely there and I'm happy to share. But better to also build that collective on these 8 themes and see how we can take forward. So we'll go to St. Joseph's first and of course come to you for this one, but see how we can do it. And don't wait for formal events like this. Every day is an event, full day in a way, on these issues. So please make the best out of it and have the Google Doc going around, sharing your ideas and dedicate 10 minutes of your daily time on this, which will add up to multiple hours. We can't give credits for it, but we'll definitely acknowledge you and use policy milieu for it. And also your own domains, if you have anything such, we'll be happy to contribute. Like it's not that we want to advocate ourselves at any point of time. since we already know what we are doing, we are confident to share that. But if you have something that you are doing, please let us know. Both our undergraduate and postgraduate students are very happy to contribute. And we should, let's not compete, because there is no question of competing amongst us, right? Because this is a topic or area which needs cooperation rather than competition. So unless we come together, it's not going to go forward. And it will remain as 86 policy, where we'll debate after 30 years that we should have done like this, right? So, and by the time, again, I will be that one experienced person by that time, saying when I was in 30s, I used to do like this, you know, Jab Main Bacha Tha, whatever the ad was there. So please contribute. I'm very happy. A lot of interesting ideas. Two books are completed with notes. I have to decipher it, but my student friends, they are also taking down notes. And as promised, Professor Joshi, he'll get a copy of this. And if this really comes out well with that tangible outcome, because if I have to talk to Dr. Kasturangan, there has to be something very tangible. And he is a man of detail. So if really something comes out, I'll be the first person to go to him and hand it over, send the picture to you, and his first reaction, what comes. As they say, when a person lands on moon, what they say, the feeling, I'll share that with you once he says something on that, right? But that has to be something of value add and tangibly adding value to the outcomes. But first, Joshi sir, we will definitely share it. We have already promised him, yeah. So we will do that from our side. But please share what we have notes to everybody.
Yes.
Once they get their consent, we will share that as a collective representation.
Be giving some details after it.
Yes.
And then we wait for.
But please carry on. Please carry on and carry forward our discussion. Please don't think this is the end of it. Only request all of you. Thank you.
So we'll be just handing over the certificates to you guys here only. And after which there is a tea that is arranged for you in our building, and there we'll have a group photo. Is that okay?
Yeah. So SSS is School of Social Sciences. They are used to the acronym, so they are.
Can you first have Sidra from NLSIs? First.
Diwali को उठ रहे थे नहीं है बर्तन Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
It's okay.
You look like a JD, right?
Camera is over.
So unlike NLS.
Is it?
I hope your memory doesn't get full.
Fill her memory with anything.
Oh, excellent. Continue to visit us. By the way, Kannada has been rejected by High Court. It is not mandatory.
I'm sitting in the meeting room. Actually, I thought this is good.
Hi, from Arvind?
I'm saying their name and brandies.
Saundarya here is yes. What is the meaning? Yeah. Excellent. Please be very
How am I doing?
Of course.
Hi. So from our own home exchange. Very nice. I invited on the your
इनकी फोटो लिया
Thank you.
Alka?
be dealing there. Okay.
Please share your
Shweta? Sure.
legal ID on that. We see nothing exposed or share.
And I'll share the last. Akshay? Oh, no.
If I doesn't trust you, then you will share the picture.
Soma? Soma Bhai?
Sounds it. Thank you so much. Sure. Thank you.
Oh, Akshay?
Communication skills.
Salome? Sriyani? Sriyani? Sorry, Shiny.
From my side. Seven regards to once
Let's not just head out fast to our.
come to the exercise.
That's where we all have a class.
That's where they are all spoiled.
That's our home. So